I want to demonstrate are just some easy ways to take some beautiful photographs of our brides on their wedding day. We as wedding photographers quite often get into a rut when we're photographing our brides on their wedding day. The photographs are so stereotyped quite often. They're just the standard pictures that we just see from one album to the next to the next. But what we can do if we make portraits part of our wedding coverage for our clients is add a touch of elegance to the coverage that is so often lacking. What we want to do is really make portraits with simple lighting equipment that we can do very, very quickly and very, very easily on the wedding day. What are the alternatives to the portraits that we see so often in our wedding photography? The alternatives are the bride holding her bouquet, giving it this poor stranglehold as she stares at it. And if you think about it yourself, would you ever have your bride, your loved one, your spouse, holding on to something and just staring at it? It's not a believable pose. It's an unnatural looking pose, and we want our photography to look very natural and very believable. We're trying to flatter the people that we're photographing on their wedding day. We want them to look absolutely gorgeous. We want the groom to look absolutely handsome on the wedding day. So let's put together poses that flow. Let's put together poses that look good when we make these images for our brides and our grooms. What I want to do is just basically let me just describe some of the simple equipment we use. When we're photographing, I don't do bridal portraits in the studio per se. Most of our portrait photography is done in the bride's home, as we are here today. In a regular size living room, this would qualify as a normal size living room. It's about 14 feet across and about 22 feet long or whatever, light colored walls and so forth. And in this type of a living room, we have more than enough room to set up the simple equipment that we use. When I'm setting up the equipment, I use a 6-foot background. The background is painted by Lamar Williamson, who does beautiful, beautiful backgrounds in South Carolina. And I just use a simple 8-foot light stand to support that background. I have another 8-foot light stand that holds my reflector. My reflector is a 27-inch super silver reflector, and it's black on the other side. The reason it's black, as we'll see when we're doing the photography, is it actually, when we're photographing our profile view, this reflector is going to come across to this side of the camera and act as a gobo to our light source that's then illuminating our subject. So it's silver to give us our kick light, our fill light on our subject, and it's black to act as a gobo when we are making our profile views of our subjects. The other light unit that I use, or my primary light source, is the halo. The halo, inside the halo is contained just another lightweight portable light unit that we're going to be using. It doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to weigh 50 pounds. It can just be something that does the job for us. We're taking all of our exposures at about f8, and be honest with you, at about 3 feet away, almost anything in there into a halo will give you about f8. I happen to be using a white lightning in here right now, and it's on 2/3 power right now. It's, of course, supported by another 8-foot light stand. I generally always run a sync cord, hardwire it to the camera, just simply because I don't want to take a chance that something might not flash and I'll miss the expression. So I do prefer a hardwired key light on my subject, illuminating my subject. And this is basically it. All of this equipment will collapse down in a small case that we can quickly set up, quickly tear down on the wedding day. If we have to move any furniture or whatever, it's a minor little move the sofa over here, maybe move the cocktail table out of the middle of the room or whatever. But it gives us an opportunity to basically bring a simple, easy studio to the bride's home on the wedding day. What I want to demonstrate are just some simple techniques of classical posing and classical lighting for our bride today. When we're talking about classical posing, we really limit ourselves to really the 3 views of the face. We're going to be talking about a full face view, a 2/3 view, and a profile view, and also in a 4th view that I call a modified full face view. These views of the face, we're going to standardize to these views of the face. And the reason we standardize to these views of the face is because when I'm communicating with my fellow photographers that also work here in the studio, I want to have a vocabulary that I can say a full face view and they can identify immediately with what that full face view is, what that view of the face is. They know exactly what I'm talking about when I refer to a 2/3 view or a profile view. This is exactly why we use just these 3 views of the face in classical portraiture. Now, are there any other views in between a full face view and a 2/3 view? Sure. I don't know what the name might be, but in classical posing, we're just going to distill it down to those 3 views of the face: full face, 2/3, and profile. We're going to be talking about lighting patterns again and showing the lighting patterns with our light source here and with our bride we're going to be photographing. Again, when we're talking about classical lighting, we're going to be talking about, we can talk about a butterfly lighting pattern, a loop light, a Rembrandt, a split, or a rim light, or a kick light type of a lighting pattern. These 5 lighting patterns, we're going to choose one of them to make our exposure, to model the facial features of our bride and our groom. I prefer a loop lighting pattern just because it is very, very easy to control. It's easy to see, it's easy to set up. So what I'd like to do is invite our bride to come into our studio, if you will, and just kind of give you an idea of how easy this can be to take our portraits of our bride and our groom. I'm going to start out just by having everyone just look at Mary Kay as she's standing here in front of the light source. And let me even take the bouquet away here just for a second. Mary Kay, just arms down to your side. When we're making our exposures of our bride and groom, when we're putting together the composition, one key thing, and that's to change every line and every static vertical line into dynamic diagonal detail in the text that we want to see in that finished print. To finish the light crossing the gown the way I want it to cross the gown. Now all of a sudden we can see highlight next to a shadow. And once we have a highlight next to a shadow, we create what we call detail. We create that 3-dimensional look that we want to have in our 2-dimensional photograph. So always have the light cross the gown. One of the key things that I'll be emphasizing in the whole series of tapes is really the light direction. Once we can understand the direction of light and its relative direction relative to the subject itself, you know everything there is to know about lighting. Whether it's a halo unit or an umbrella or a parabolic or a window, a door, or a porch, whatever other kind of light source we're going to be using in this series, makes no difference at all if we can determine what that direction is and use that direction relative to our subject to create the detail and the texture that we want in our photograph. So basically, we're using this to represent a direction of light. It happens to be a halo, but it's just generically a direction of light that we want to use right now. All right, the next thing that I like to do is really have my bride, anytime we're setting up a pose of our bride, we need to start with a firm foundation to have her posing from. That firm foundation is created basically by having the feet in the proper position. And I want Mary Kay to bring her front foot forward and all the weight on the back foot exactly the way I am. And that is my basic foot position for my brides or for my grooms or whoever else I happen to be photographing. Once we have the bride in this particular position or the groom in this particular position, we have all the weight on the back foot, we have our hip track in proper alignment, and we have our shoulder track in proper alignment. As I ask my bride to put all the weight on the back foot, that quite often will drop the back shoulder. The back shoulder, if I would have Mary Kay just stand flat-footed again, notice that I have a static horizontal line right here, and I have these static vertical lines. By getting the feet positioned properly, I can finally break this static horizontal line and now create the dynamic diagonal that I'm talking about. The next thing I'm going to do is just bring the flowers into the photograph. And this type of a bouquet, I prefer just to lay across the arm this way and just bring the hand across this way, bending the wrist slightly, something just like that. And Mary Kay, I want just all the weight shifted to the back foot. And notice now we have our high shoulder and our low shoulder. Something else that I'd like to just demonstrate in this particular pose is really whether we should pose our bride in a masculine or a feminine tilt. Now, if we say we're going to pose our bride in, or let me rephrase that, do we just pose ladies in a feminine tilt and men in a masculine tilt? Not really. We can pose our lady in a masculine tilt and our lady in a feminine tilt. And we can pose guys in a masculine tilt or a feminine tilt. I never pose a guy in a feminine tilt if he's bigger than me. But I will pose ring bearers in a feminine tilt because I think it just gives an added touch of innocence to that look with the head just cocked towards the high shoulder. What I'm doing now is let's describe really what this masculine tilt is for the camera. The masculine tilt is, if I have Mary Kay just drop that back shoulder just a bit, we can see that we've created a diagonal line from the high shoulder to the low shoulder. We also have the body, and Mary Kay, I'm going to ask you just to tilt just a bit more. Okay, bring your head back around and straighten it up just a fraction for me. There we go. Look at the line from her neck to her waist. We have another line running right through here. It's again a diagonal line. It's not a static vertical line in her body. For a masculine tilt, what I want to do is continue this line that starts at the waist and goes up here to the shoulders. I want to continue it from the shoulder or from the neck to the top of the head. Quite often on a masculine tilt, people will say a masculine tilt is a tilt of the head towards the low shoulder. A feminine tilt is a tilt towards the high shoulder. Where people quite often make the mistake is the head gets tilted too far towards the low shoulder. Let me have Mary Kay. Mary Kay, chin down just a fraction. Turn your head fraction towards me. And now just tilt your head just a bit. Chin down just a bit more. And tilt it even more. Bring your head. And now we can see that it looks like her head is falling off of her shoulders. And that is not the look that we want. So I'm going to have Mary Kay straighten her head back up and just bring her head around just a bit more. And now let's just tilt back over just a fraction and lean the whole body just a fraction. Yep. Back just a bit. Take your head and just straighten up just a fraction. Right here. Now holding that, we can see that we have a continuous long diagonal line from the waist up to the shoulders, continuing up to the head, and we have our masculine tilt. And on Mary Kay, it becomes a very, very strong pose, a very, very dynamic pose. It's something that I think flatters her very well. Now let's see what the feminine tilt would look like. The feminine tilt is with the head tilted towards the high shoulder. We've established this as our high shoulder, so again, Mary Kay, let me have you just tilt your head back this way, bring your head back around the fraction, and lean your whole body just a bit more. Chin down just a fraction. And now you can see that this is an equally pleasing pose, but it has a completely different feeling in it than the previous masculine pose that we had. So again, the terminology, a masculine pose or a feminine pose, doesn't really say that this is how we pose men and this is how we pose ladies. All it says is if we want a stronger feeling, let's do what we call a masculine pose. And if we want a softer, more feminine feeling, let's do what we call the feminine tilt. We can see that with our feminine tilt, with the head tilted towards the high shoulder, that as we trace a line through the whole curve of Mary Kay's body, we get a gentle S curve running through the whole body. And that's basically why it's considered a feminine tilt. So again, let's go ahead and just take a look at our scene. Whenever you're posing your subjects, the body wants to relax into its most relaxed state of rest, I guess. So always preview your subject before you're going to be taking a photograph. Mary Kay is just perfect here. And let's go ahead and just define what a full face view looks like. If we can come in just a little bit tighter on the face, and Mary Kay, let me have you just turn your head away from me, just chin down just a bit, looking right back into the camera. Let's even tilt your head over just a bit that way. Perfect. Would that be considered a full face view? Well, look closely. A lot of photographers will settle for this, for a full face view. But a full face view, as we defined earlier, is when the direction of the nose is in perfect alignment, parallel with the direction of the camera lens. And if we look at this photograph here, we can see that Mary Kay's nose is actually coming a little bit to the right of the camera lens from my position here. Again, is this bad or good? I think it can be improved upon. It's not a full face view. But again, why is Mary Kay's face facing in this direction? The reason it's in this direction is because we have her body, her shoulders facing in this direction. And as a result of her shoulders coming in this direction, the neck does not want to turn back this way. When we have her neck turn back this way, turn her head back this way, we're going to create muscle tension in these muscles in the shoulder and the neck and so forth. The neck wants to relax. We always want to relax to our state of rest. The head is going to turn back this way. Whenever you pose your subjects, don't spend millions of minutes posing them up here close and then work back to the camera and fiddle around with focus and everything else, because the neck is going to say, hey, I'm getting tense up here, I'm going to relax, and they're going to relax out of their full face view. So get the pose roughed in up here as you're close to your subject, and then go back to the camera and then finesse the pose from back there. So again, let's look at Mary Kay as just tilting just a bit, Mary Kay. Perfect. Turn your head fraction this way, the other way. Tilt slightly again. There we are, not in a full face view. What's a full face view? Just bring your nose just a fraction towards me. Tilt just a fraction. Right there would be our full face view. Notice that the direction of the camera and the direction of her nose are coinciding right here, and we have her looking right into the camera. That would be a full face view. Let's do it with the feminine pose as well, the feminine tilt. Mary Kay, let me just tilt you that way. Turn your body away from me a fraction. Lean your whole body just a fraction. Again, the body wants to relax, so we want to reestablish our diagonal lines. Just tilt your head just a fraction. Turn around just a bit towards me. Up, body back, but just your head just a fraction. Chin down just a bit. Come back around just a fraction. Just your head. There we go. Perfect. That would be our full face view. Now, do I like the full face view? Well, yeah. The full face view is something that I do quite often, but I think what I prefer more, if we look at a full face view, we'll notice that the pupils of her eyes are perfectly centered in the whites of the eyes. Now, that's fine for a full face view, but when we're photographing a beautiful bride, I like to accent those eyes, and I can accent those eyes by doing what I call a modified full face view. What's a modified full face view? It's when we take the client's head and just turn just a fraction, and let me lean you back again. Tilt just a fraction, chin down just a bit. Bring your head back towards me just a bit more, Mary Kay. Fraction more. Teeny bit more. Right there. Notice that we've just barely covered her right ear, and now if we look at the pupils of the eye, and if we come in very close, we can see that now we have the eyes off-center. What happens now? Well, with the pupils of the eyes off-center, we throw a lot more of the white on one side of the eye. We can control how a viewer of a photograph enjoys a photograph by three main compositional elements. Those three main elements are light, color, and detail. And what we're doing in this case is using the element of light to control how you, the viewer, will view the finished photograph of our bride. We're using light, or white in this case, to draw you, the viewer's eyes, to our subject's face, to her eyes. So again, how do we do that? By creating up in the eye part of her face more white to one side of the eye. So again, Mary Kay, looking right here, and just turn your eyes just a fraction more. There we go, right there. That would be the modified full face view. And look how your eyes go to her eyes because of that decentered pupil in her eyes. That's what we're going to do. That's my favorite view of the bride, and that's generally what we're going to do for most of our brides and grooms as we pose them, as you see the different poses coming together. Mary Kay, just when we originally started, basically just held the bouquet the way I wanted her to hold the bouquet. But how often do you see brides hold the bouquet? Just pretend this is one of those bouquets that you're just going to hold right here, and right here, and a little bit higher. Something like that. I mean, we see that quite often, unfortunately, in our wedding photography, where when you look at it, we've got, again, a horizontal shoulder line here. We have horizontal lines from the elbow to the wrist on both arms. We haven't turned our static horizontal lines and our static vertical lines into dynamic diagonal lines. The first line that I create is my dynamic diagonal is the shoulder line, and that again is with the front foot forward and all the weight on the back foot. The next thing I'm going to do, regardless of bouquet, is have the bride hold the flowers just slightly below the waist. Now, look what happens with our line now from the elbow to the wrist, from the shoulder to the elbow, shoulder to the elbow. Once more, we're creating these diagonal lines where the previous static vertical lines were. So again, this is what we're trying to do. Take every static horizontal line, every static vertical line, and turn it into a dynamic diagonal line. Just a comment about veils again. When we have a veil that we're working with, the rule of thumb is just have the veil just come by here and just split the arm just a bit. This particular gown, I love these sleeves on it, and I think I do like the way the veil just rests on top of that right there. It just gives us, again, a nice diagonal line, even with the veil, and creates for us a really nice, pleasing portrait for our bride. I'm going to go ahead and just make one exposure in a manual full face, or a manual, in a masculine full face view, and then we're going to go ahead and basically do the feminine view too. All right, that's great, Mary Kay. I'm going to kick my light in here just a bit more. And I'm going to bring my reflector in. People quite often ask, well, how close do I have the reflector to the subject? How close do I have the light to the subject? I have them as close as I can to the subject without taking a photograph of them. When I see them into the corner or the edges of my viewfinder, I know I've got them too close. But this is about the distance that I have, which is about 3.5 feet away. And the same thing for the reflector. Because of the reflective efficiency of this particular reflector, I'll create about a 3-to-1 lighting ratio on my subject when I'm making the photographs. So basically, this is what I'm trying to do. Right about here, this is my typical setup when I'm photographing in a bride's home. Okay, just bring your head around just a fraction more, chin down just a bit. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Great, great, great. All right, and a little happier, more teeth. Great, more. All right, and now let's just try one, lips together, and just a slight tilt. Soft expression this time. Turn your head just a bit. Straighten up your head just a teeny bit. Chin back down just a bit. Tilt just again. Chin down a fraction. There we go. Perfect. Just relax shoulders and everything again. That's great. That's great. Great. All right. And now, don't hardly move a muscle. Bring your nose around just a fraction more. Chin up just a bit. And just happy. There you go. Great. All right. One thing that I wanted to mention, and this is what I'll do with every one of my clients, is you really need to explore the range of expressions on your clients' faces. When we're making exposures, the big grin is the one that Mom always wants. Mom always wants a photograph of her daughter smiling or of her son smiling, whatever. These are the ones the grandparents buy all the time. But I want to explore a range of expressions when I'm making my images of my brides or my grooms. Some people have a very, very soft expression that looks great in front of the camera. Some people have the big grin, a gregarious grin or big smile or whatever. That looks great as well. So go ahead and explore that range of expressions. Mary Kay does, her soft expression is just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful expression. And she has a pretty grin as well. I find myself probably more often going with less smiling expressions than I do more smiling expressions. The reason being is that when we're making photographs of our bride smiling or our groom smiling or anybody smiling, a smile is generally a reaction to somebody saying, say, cheese or fuzzy pickles or whatever it happens to be. It's a reaction type of an expression. But I want to be looking at my subject and photographing my subject, photographing the essence of who that person is. And if I can do that without the distraction of a toothy grin, as attractive as it might be, I would rather do that. So I'll take the photographs that I know Mom and Dad are going to love and Grandma and Grandpa are going to love, but then I'm going to take some more that I think capture for my client and capture, I think, photographically something that's just even stronger and I think even more flattering for them. You know, when we look at a photograph and we're not distracted by the smile, then you have to look at the whole face, the beauty of the face, how the light's modeling the facial features and so forth. We can look into the eyes, and as I say, that's the eyes that are a subject, that are our client's window on the world, and we want to see into those eyes and see how they're seeing the world back. So again, that's what I want to do, is really emphasize the eyes, that look in the photography that again, you don't get quite often from a big smiling reaction type of an expression. So anyway, we've just done a full face view of our bride in a masculine pose. Let's see how this varies from our bride in a feminine pose. Okay, again, front foot forward, and I'll always remind them to go front foot forward and then all the weight on the back foot, just to be sure that I have the hip track falling properly and I have the whole shoulder track falling properly. As far as the flowers again, let's just have them just rest right here, just like this. And Mary Kay was holding them nicely before. Another idea is just hands just like this, fingers together, and just relaxed, just relaxed. Always shooting into the side of the hand. If you shoot into the back of the hand, just by way of definition, if I have her holding her flowers like this, and again, we'll see that quite often in wedding photography, what happens? Well, if we're going to highlight this portion of our subject's face, her face basically, this area of her face is about the same area as her hand that we're illuminating as well. Well, compositionally what happens is that for the viewer is seeing a massive highlight here and a massive highlight here, and the viewer's eyes are fighting, well, which one is most important? Because at first glance, this is as large of an area as this area up here. So is it looking at the hands or looking at the face? Well, we want to minimize the attention to the hands, so we shoot into the side of the hands. And again, Don Blair is the expert opposing the hands. So we just go for just a gentle positioning of the hands, and just having the bride look comfortable and natural. Again, with the position of the hands, position of the flowers, that creates for us our diagonal lines from the shoulder to the elbow and the elbow to the wrist for both arms. Another thing that will happen too, and that you have to watch all the time, because quite often our brides and grooms aren't used to being in front of the camera, what we need to do is have our brides and grooms look comfortable in front of the camera. And those people that don't feel comfortable, don't look comfortable. What happens when they don't look comfortable was they're standing there, maybe meeting you for the second time or third time or whatever, as we're establishing rapport with the camera for our client. Well, maybe we're not doing the job that we need to be doing. Maybe the client is a little bit nervous. Maybe the client is getting more nervous as we're taking these photographs. Well, what's the first thing that happens? What happens is that we start creating, or we start seeing what I call the turtle reflex. And that turtle reflex is when the bride's shoulders or the groom's shoulders just start creeping up like this. And I'm going to ask Mary Kay to do that for us. Just not quite that accentuated, but just they start creating tension right here in the shoulders and the collarbone and so forth. And what I'll do, and you'll see it quite often, is I'll say, Mary Kay, just relax. And shoulders will go down, and now look at the nice line. We have the body just suspended properly on the skeletal frame and so forth, and we get a nice relaxed look. So as you're watching your clients, you'll see the shoulders just come up just a half an inch or so. Just be aware of that, and when you see it, just say, Mary, just relax, or Tom, just relax. And I'll even say it with a tone in my voice, like, Tom, just relax. And I'll do the same thing I want him to do. I'll drop shoulders and everything, drop my body, and he'll pick up my body English and basically do the same thing. Do the same thing for my brides as well. I'll mirror for them what I want them to do, whether it's how I position my feet, whether it's how I'm tilted or standing or whatever, or whether I want them to relax. I basically mirror for them what I want them to do. All right, so let's go ahead and do our full face view, masculine or feminine pose right now. Front foot forward, that's great. Lean your whole body just a bit more. You got it. That's good, good, good. All right. Slight tilt of your head back just a bit. Too far, come back. Right there, good. Hold it right there. Okay, that looks terrific, Mary Kay. Great, great, great. Teeny bit more tilt of the body, just a fraction. Bring your head around just a teeny bit, chin down just a bit. Lips together for me. Soft, soft expression. No smile, just eyes right here at my hand. Good, good, good. Great. And now, a little happier. More. All righty. Terrific. All right. And if you can hold that just for a second for me. What did I do? I took my soft expression first, and then I went up to my full grin, the one for Grandma and Mom and Dad. Something else that I've done too, and I think you'll notice, is I had her look at my hand, and I always have my hand positioned about 12 to 14 inches above camera. I learned from Jerry Interval several years ago that you have to get expression not just in the mouth, but you also have to get that expression in the eyes. And how do you get expression in the eyes? You get expression in the eyes by making them look light, lively, and sparkly. And what happens if you have your subject looking right into the camera, those eyelids will come down over the eyes just a bit. To have an eye, to let an eye have expression, you have to get those eyelids tucked up into the eye, up into the head just a bit more. And that's why I always have my subject just look slightly above camera, because it takes eyelids and it pops them up just a bit more, and then all of a sudden the sparkle in the eye just comes right out in the photograph. It's something that, depending on the physiology of the person, seems some people you can have them look 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet over your head and or over the camera, and their eyes never do get that sparkle for some reason. Again, in that situation, we'll go with a compromised type of a positioning of the eyes, but we still give it a try. You can pull the eyes too much from bottom to top, and as you have them look higher, higher, and higher, all of a sudden you have a lot of white cupping under the pupil itself. And if you have the eyes, the pupils cupped in the white, it just isn't very flattering. Sure, you can send it to the art department, they can draw more eyes in and so forth. All of a sudden you have an expensive candid that you're delivering to your client. And that's probably not the most cost-effective way of doing the portraits. So again, we raise the eyes up just a bit. We know when we've gone too far, when we see the white cupping the bottom of the pupil of the eye, that's when we drop down just a bit and then make our exposure. So again, don't go too far, just a bit. All you want to happen is just the lids of the eyes just to tuck back just a fraction. When we're doing our portraits of our brides and grooms, we'll talk about a lot of variety in another module. But basically, we can change the variety of our posing so much that we can go full length, we can go half length, head and shoulders, whatever. We can do tilts of the body, turns, the smiles, so many other things too that we're going to be covering. But again, let's just talk about the basic full face view. We learned a lot just in the last couple minutes about a masculine pose to a feminine pose. We learned about getting life into the eyes. We talked about ranging the expressions, finding that soft, gentle smile to the full, big grin, and anywhere in between. Some people just have a slight smile, a smile that looks good with lips together, and then just a smile. Find out what those expressions are. It's so easy to find out what those expressions are. I mean, if I was talking to you face to face right now, and we were just talking and having a nice conversation, I would be looking at you, and I would know if I was getting a comfortable expression or not a comfortable expression. And with that, by me talking with you, I would know what that comfortable expression is, and that expression I would fix in my mind. So as I would find what that comfortable expression is, that's what I want to proof when I'm taking a photograph in my camera. I want to proof that image, proof that expression in my viewfinder. So once I see it in the viewfinder, I know that I'm going to have what I want on film. I don't just have my clients say, just smile, you know, give me a big grin, something like that. I'll do a lot of different things just to get a spontaneous, real expression on my client's face. I'll have a very, very soft expression to somewhere in between to the full grin. But again, study your subjects, develop the rapport, and as you get to know them and they get to know you, you'll find out what those honest expressions are. We've seen the fake grins all the time. How often have you looked through a wedding album when you've said, well, heck, this book has a lot of these fake smiles in it, and we've even called them fake smiles. Well, these fake smiles can very easily be eliminated just by the rapport that you establish with your client. Establish a rapport, find out what the natural expressions are, from happy to soft. I hate to say serious, I like to say soft to happy, and then just proof them in your camera. You know, it's funny that when we're taking these images, when we're making these images for our clients, every time we press that button, it costs us about $1. Every time we press a button, we spend $1. So why just kind of be in the ballpark when you make one and then go in and say, oh, I'm going to spend another $1, I'll be in the ballpark again, I'll spend another $1 and be in the ballpark again. Let's go ahead and just say, I've got $1 to spend, I want my best expression. Sure, maybe I'll spend another $1, but don't just spend them arbitrarily. Just remember you're spending $1 every time you press that button. So know what you have in the viewfinder before you do press the button. All right, let's go ahead and just talk a little bit about a 2/3 view. Well, what's a 2/3 view? A 2/3 view, without going into its description visually right now, is probably the most versatile view that we can put our subjects in. And again, it's nothing but an extension of our full face view. We're just going to turn our bride's head to one side. And Mary Kay, I just want you to turn your head more, tilt just a fraction, turn just a bit more, and looking right above the doorway over there. And if we come in pretty close, we can just see what our 2/3 view is going to be looking like here. And why don't we just come right in here, just on the face. And Mary Kay, let me turn your head even more. Okay, come in and even closer, closer, closer. Because a full face, or 2/3 view, just a little tilt. And I'm going to tilt you back this way. Chin down just a bit. Right there. A 2/3 view is defined really when we have our subject turning to one direction or the other, but how far do we have our subject turn? Again, it depends on the physiology of the person that we happen to be photographing. I don't want to have them turn too far that they fall out of the 2/3 view, but I want to have them turn far enough that we have more than a modified full face view. Let me just have Mary Kay go right through the 2/3 view here and just see where we have it and where we don't have it. I want to come in tight on the face because the indicators for a 2/3 view are going to be this skin on the far part of the face and also the tip of her nose and the cheek line right here. Mary Kay, let me have you turn your head back towards me just a fraction, right there. And as we look at that photograph, that would be about a 2/3 view. But Mary Kay, I want you to turn your head even more, a little bit more, right about there. And I don't know how tight we can come in on Mary Kay, but I'd like to show just this part of the face right here, even more if we can. Notice that the far part of the face right here or the eyeball is contained by the far part of the face. If I would turn Mary Kay's face even more, teeny bit more, we can see that the far part of her face no longer contains the eye. We basically have the eye hanging out in space, and that all of a sudden becomes a photograph that isn't really a 2/3 view. So one of our indicators is on a 2/3 view, have the eye contained by that far part of the face and have the nose not be breaking the chin line. Let's have our nose break the chin line just to see what happens in that case. Mary Kay, turn your head even more, 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 more. Whoop, chin down just a bit. Let me adjust just a bit just so we can. There we go. Okay, and now we have the nose approaching the cheek line. We've lost the eye completely in this case. And with the nose approaching the cheek line, what happens is we create an optical illusion. As you have any object get close to an edge of any other object, what happens is that you create an optical illusion that makes that one object that's getting close to the edge of the other, it actually makes it appears to look even larger than it is. So as we have the nose approach the cheek line, it's actually making her nose visually get bigger than it needs to be. Mary Kay, let me turn your head even more. And now we've broken the cheek line. Come back just a bit. Right there. Now break, turn even more. Right about there. No more 2/3 view. We don't have a profile. We don't have a 2/3. We don't have a full face. We're now completely out of our 2/3 view. Mary Kay, let me bring you back just a fraction. More. Let me tilt your whole body just a bit. Chin down just a bit. Great. And still looking above the door. Okay, that would be our 2/3 view. Mary Kay, if you can hold that for a second, and let's go ahead and just make a photograph here. Again, just reposition the veil. My light is looking good here. I'm going to just crop right here under these flowers here. That looks real, real good. Mary Kay, turn your head just a fraction more. Chin up just a bit. Great, great, great. And what view of the face do we have here? We have a 2/3 view. Do we have a masculine or a feminine tilt? We have a masculine tilt in this case. And we'll go ahead and do another one in a feminine tilt. Bring our reflector in. And you can see, just to comment on the reflector, there it is without, and there it is with. A reflector is a very, very directional type of a light source, and as such needs to be pointed exactly where we need it. Otherwise, we're not going to have our fill at all. Mary Kay, turn your head just a fraction more. Fraction more. Right there. Great, great, great. Terrific, terrific. And again, a little happier. That's great. All right. One more time. Give me your real smile. All righty. All right. And again, when you're watching smiles, see what the real smile is. Quite often the real smile is more than maybe a pretty smile. Go for the real smile. Just take it another, just push it over the edge just a little bit more to get that spontaneous look in your subject. All right, let's go ahead and do a feminine tilt of the same 2/3 view. And Mary Kay, may I adjust? Okay, I want to tilt the body this way. Tilt, chin down just a fraction. Just like that. Great, great, great. Okay, and again, just watch the body line. I want to still get that shoulder. I always over-accentuate. Chin down just a fraction. Great, great, great. Okay, lights and reflector are in place. Chin down just a bit for me, Mary Kay. Great. All right, all right, all right. Just like that. Lips together for me. All right, and another one. Just a little bit happier. More, just a bit. Great. Even more, just a teeny bit more. All right, all right, all right. All right. Okay, and that would be our basic 2/3 view in a feminine tilt one more time. Let's now take our bride around to a profile view. When I'm positioning my lights quite often, I know about where they're going to be because I'm only photographing 3 views of the face. And in photographing 3 views of the face, I'm only going to have my light positioned in about 3 general positions. We're going to be talking about the position of the light relative to the axis of the subject's face in just a second here again, visually. So let's just see what's going on here with our profile. When I'm setting up a profile, remember that I said that what I wanted to do was take my reflector, bring it across to this side of the camera when we're making our photograph, because I don't want this raw light from my key light falling onto my lens and my lens shade here and flaring my camera lens. So this acts as a gobo or a lens block to that particular light. That being the case then, the other thing that I want to do is feather my light slightly more into my reflector, because with a profile type of a lighting situation, you're going to increase the contrast even more. So I want to turn my light less on my subject, more on my reflector, so I can throw more light into that shadow side of her face. And that's going to give me about what I need. I might have to shift that just a bit. Mary Kay, let me have you just come towards me just a fraction, just a bit. Now turn your head. Oh, there you go. And let's bring the flowers just a little higher. And I'm just going to do a crop right here, almost right above your hands, just a bit. Kick out your right foot just a bit. All the way on the back foot. There you go. Turn your head away from me some more. Okay, and again, what's a profile view? Let's just examine that just for a second. If we come in close onto my subject, notice that I'm seeing the far eye in the camera right now. And if I see the far eye, I'm no longer in profile. Profile is exactly 1/2 of the face. And being 1/2 of the face means I don't want to see any part of the other side of the face. So what I want Mary Kay to do is, Mary Kay, bring your head back so we can see the eye again more. Right there. And now turn your head away from me. Just come back a bit again. More. More. Find the eye, and then I just back away. A fraction of an inch, a little bit more, till the eye finally disappears. And that basically gives me my profile view. Now, again, depending on the person's physiology, that profile view is going to be different for everyone. Some people have eyes that protrude out more than others. Some guys have the eyes that are deeply recessed. The brow bone comes out a little bit further over the eye. That being the case, we have to modify just how far they're turned away from camera, how far they're turned towards camera, to get what appears to be exactly half of the face. Now, when we're setting up a profile, something else that we want to do too is we want to have the eyes centered in the eye, or the pupil centered in the eye relative to camera position. Now, what I mean by that is that if the bride is looking straight ahead in this particular image, in this particular photograph, and I check Mary Kay's eyes, and she is looking about straight ahead, but on our finished print, we're going to see too much of the white of the eye right here, and I don't want that to happen. So what I'm going to have Mary Kay do is just, Mary Kay, turn your head away from me just a teeny bit. That's good, but just turn your eyes only to the left, just a bit. And just center it up in camera position. And now they look centered from camera position. And centered in camera position, now if I go to the front and see where she's looking, she's actually looking more to my right than she was before. But they are centered relative to my camera position, the taking camera in this case here. So always center the eyes relative to camera position. Also, let's back off on this photograph just a bit to about right here again, and let's consider our compositional dynamics of this particular photograph one more time. Let's see if we paid attention to the static horizontal lines and the vertical lines. Have we eliminated all of those where possible? Have we turned them into the dynamic diagonal lines? Well, if we look at the photograph, we have a diagonal line from the elbow to the shoulder, and it looks like we have a diagonal line from the top of her head to the chin, but I want to enhance that diagonal even more, so I'm going to have Mary Kay just drop her chin down just a bit. Okay, and that's going to help it out just a little bit more. We'll occasionally do half-length portraits of our bride in this case, but when I'm doing this particular profile, I really like to be in here just a little bit closer. So I'm going to bring our camera in just a little bit closer here. And Mary Kay, turn your head away from me just a bit more. Another thing on profile views that is very, very important to remember is be sure the profile is such a beautiful view of the face, such a dramatic view of the face, that you don't want to have it ruined by any protruding obstacles coming from behind. I mean, if I have anything behind the profile, it's going to spoil that particular profile view. Quite often hairdos, the bride's hair will kind of give a little flip and come out right under the chin. You basically get what I call the billy goat effect. And I tell you, once you see it, it definitely looks like the bride has a little beard. So be very, very careful about what I call the billy goat effect. Be sure that the hair is pulled back. Again, depending on hairdos and how much hairspray there is on the hairdo and so forth, sometimes it's difficult to pull the hair back. what I'll do quite often, with the bride's permission again, is take the veil, wrap it around the hair that's pulling around, just very, very easily, asking her if I can do it, then pulling the veil back just a bit, and either having my assistant hold it out of position here, because again, I'm cropping here, so my assistant isn't really in the photograph that I'm making. That's what we do for our most problem our biggest problem hairdos, the ones that just won't just gently pull back over the shoulder. Another thing that we'll see quite often when you think about profiles, and you'll see it in print competitions, you'll see it in photographers' work, is the veil in the wrong place. How often have we seen a photograph with the veil doing one of those? The photograph is just, we have a beautiful profile of our bride, but we have this veil line right here spoiling our beautiful profile. Always, always, always clean up your backgrounds. Clean up the backgrounds behind the profile when you're making a profile view. You want that beautiful line all the way down our bride's face when we're making a profile, unobstructed by hair or veils or anything else. Another comment about profiles, and I don't really support this maybe as strongly as some other people do, and that's really when we have the bride bring the chin down even more, and let's come in really tight, because what happens occasionally is that the chin will break the shoulder line. And if I have a particularly pretty bride that I'm photographing and maybe the gown happens to be in the way, I'll let that go. In this case here, even though we have Mary Kay's chin down even further, we're still not breaking that shoulder line yet with her chin line. We still have a pretty profile on her. One thing to notice is that where's the camera position need to be? Camera position is always determined by the plane of the face. And I'm going to explain that in just a second, but we'll notice that Mary Kay's face is tilted slightly downward, which indicates to me that I need to lower camera position. So what I'm going to do, instead of me changing camera position, is just have her tilt the top of her head away from me just a bit. And now turn your head away from me just a fraction, chin down just a bit, a little bit more, and look how that's enhanced our photographs. Let's take it back to what we're actually making our photograph cropped right about here, and just peek at it just for a second. Okay? And now, Mary Kay, hold that for a second and tilt the top of your head towards me. More. See how that, sure, it looks like a pretty photograph and we got nice lighting on our bride and so forth, but it's just not where we want the head to be. Let's come in a little bit closer again, cropping right in here. And now, Mary Kay, hold right there, and now tilt the top of your head away from me again. Notice how much more statuesque, how much more elegant the pose becomes when now we have the head oriented properly to camera position. Okay, Mary Kay, drop your chin down just a bit. Let's go ahead and make our image. All right. Good, good, good. Perfect, perfect. All right. Chin down just a bit more. Turn your head away from me just a bit. Eyes only a little to the left. Eyes down just a bit. Down just a bit more. Just like that. Great. And a teeny bit happier. Just a slight, slight smile. Just lips relaxed and just slightly touching each other. Great, great. Now just slightly separated. Just slightly parted. Terrific. Great. And now, without hardly moving a muscle, just have you look down, just right across the top of your flowers. Chin down just a bit more. Tilt the top of your head away from me just a bit. Perfect. Turn your head away from me just a fraction. Chin down a bit more. Right there, right there. Tilt the top of your head back towards me just a bit. Chin down a bit more. Perfect. Great, great, great. Chin down even more. And look a little bit higher on the flowers, just a bit. Chin down, but just look at a higher flower. Chin down even more. Eyes a little lower, just a bit. Good, good, good. All right. All right. What I'm doing in this particular photograph, my looking down photograph is always my backup photograph. In spite of how long I might be photographing a bride on the wedding day, maybe we haven't quite developed that rapport that we need to develop between her and myself and the camera. If she's still a little bit nervous or whatever, my backup poses for the bridal album are the looking down soft expressions. Sure, we'll go ahead and get some of the other ones, but as I say, if she isn't reacting comfortably and naturally to the camera, for whatever reason it happens to be, I mean, this is a big day in her life, and she's going to be a little bit nervous, the groom is too, everybody we're going to be photographing, take the backup photographs, the looking down, soft, serious expressions. And then you still have a beautiful portrait that nobody has to smile, you don't have to worry about the fake smiles and all the other things. You still have a beautiful portrait to give your client in their wedding album. That basically describes what we wanted to do with profile. I'd like to just demonstrate one more thing on profile. We've been talking about the diagonal lines, the vertical and the horizontal lines. There's another line that we need to talk about that we need to be sure that it is a diagonal line as well. And let me just set up our pose one more time. Okay, front foot forward, all the weight on the back foot. You notice that my instructions to my bride are the same, whether I'm photographing her in a full face, a 2/3, or a profile. It's always a front foot forward, all the weight on the back foot. Throws the hip track in the proper alignment and the shoulder track in the proper alignment. Then I turn her to my profile view. Turn your head away from me, chin down a bunch, all right, and just come forward just a fraction. Okay, and I want to come in really, really tight again. All right. And now, if Mary Kay, just tilt the top of your head away from me just a bit. Bring your head back towards me a fraction. That's good. Chin down just a bit. And now, eyes a little bit to the left, just a bit. And looking straight ahead, straight ahead. Everybody look at Mary Kay's eyes, or just look at Mary Kay's eyes right now. Her eyes are looking straight ahead. We've taken the time to break every one of our static vertical lines and our static horizontal lines and our shoulders and our shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist, all the way around. But we know that we still have a very, very static horizontal line. And what is that static horizontal line? It's the line of sight. She's looking straight ahead, and we have a very, very static line. Watch what happens if I just ask her to look just about 10 inches higher on the wall. Chin back down just a bit. Look straight ahead again for me. Right there. And now, Mary Kay, from you're looking about right here, I just want you to look to the top of the reflector. Not quite that high. Come down again. Look straight ahead again. And now just look higher, just a bit. Chin up just a bit. I want to be sure that I don't get too much of the white under the eye again. Mary Kay, turn your head back towards me. Oh, I'm sorry. Turn your head away from me. I'm sorry. Come back towards me a fraction. Teeny bit more. Chin down a fraction. Eyes only to the left. And looking straight ahead. Okay? And then from there, just almost to the top of the reflector. Right there. Can you see how the life comes back into the eye? Let's do it one more time. Mary Kay, looking straight ahead. And now just looking up, just right there. Just that little bit, just adds that extra sparkle, that extra snap to the photograph. Let's try an experiment here. Mary Kay, looking straight ahead. Tilt the top of your head away from me just a bit. Okay, eyes a little to the chin down just a fraction. Eyes a little, that's perfect. Looking straight ahead. And now give me a big smile, eyes straight ahead again. Okay, now go from there and now lift your eyes up a bit more. See how the smile and the eyes go together now, how we can see more excitement, how it just carries a lot more. Give me a real smile this time. Great. And that's the one. That's the one I would take right there. That's a pretty expression of our bride. We have life in the mouth, we have our nice grin, and we have the life in the eyes. That is key in a profile. So what have we learned about profile? We learned, first of all, to take exactly half of the face. We can do half of the face by having the subject turn towards camera just a fraction, just a bit, seeing the far eye, and then backing the subject's face away till that eye just disappears. If I see the eyelid sticking out, fine, no problem. That'll give me half of the face that I want to photograph. Check your vertical lines, first of all in the face. Lower the chin if you need to. Perfect, to create a nice diagonal line right here in from the forehead to the chin. Next, check to see that the eyes are centered relative to camera position. You'll quite often have to have the client look a little bit to the left. And then finally, be sure that you eliminate that horizontal line, that line of sight that we don't really see, but that's how she's looking, that has a direction, by having her just look just a little bit above camera. And then we have a very, very beautiful profile of our bride. What I'd like to do now is really talk about the lighting patterns that we try to establish on our subject's face when we're making the photographs. When we're talking about classical lighting, we can distill that down to 5 basic patterns. We can first talk about a butterfly lighting pattern. That's a lighting pattern that creates just a slight shadow right under the nose area right here. Our loop lighting pattern is created as we move our light from above the subject off to one side. This shadow is going to transverse the cheek area, and we're going to create a little loop shadow right over here. As we continue moving that light around, that shadow is going to extend and finally connect with the cheek shadow over here. We're going to have our Rembrandt lighting. As we continue moving that light around, we're finally just going to be illuminating one half of the face with absolutely no illumination on the other half of the face, and we're going to create what we call split lighting. If we continue moving that light around even more, we're finally going to create a lighting pattern on our subject that just rims out the back of them, what we call a rim lighting, a garlic light, an accent light. What I'd like to do now with Mary Kay is just demonstrate very easily the different lighting patterns. I'm going to set her up in a 2/3 view because I think the 2/3 view can really demonstrate for us the lighting patterns we can see very easily as we go from a butterfly to a loop to a Rembrandt to a split and to a rim. What I want to do too in this particular section is also turn off the room lights just so you, the viewer, can get an idea from the enhanced contrast that our scene will now have what those lighting patterns are. You'll be able to very easily see the lighting patterns set up on our model's face with our halo light unit here. All right, so why don't we turn out the room lights, and okay, let me just turn you this way just a fraction. Turn your head just a bit. Perfect. Just drop the shoulder down a bit. Okay, and I'm just going to tilt your head back this way, chin down just a fraction. Turn your head back towards me a fraction. A little bit more, and let's come in really, really tight to about right here. All right. And let's first demonstrate butterfly lighting. Butterfly lighting is simply when the light is high and overhead the subject's face, and we basically create just a slight little butterfly shadow right under the nose, right under the subject's nose. Because of our large light source here, which is about 4 feet in diameter, it's difficult to see because of the shadow characteristics. On any broad light source, the shadow characteristics become less noticeable. We're going to be talking about that in future modules when we talk about shadow edge acutance and so forth. But I still think you can get an idea, even as we look at a close photograph of Mary Kay here, that we can see a shadow just right under the nose. As this light source becomes smaller, that shadow will become more defined, and we will create that little butterfly shadow under the subject's nose that I had mentioned. We have no shadow on either the left-hand or the right-hand side of the subject's nose, and this is more or less a fashion lighting that we'll see quite often used in magazines. What they'll do quite often to enhance the fashion look is they'll also bring a reflector right under here, and why don't we just demonstrate that very quickly. And you can just get the idea of just how that light just pops up in there. And we do get a very, very interesting look, and again, something that could be very, very pleasing on the wedding day as well. So keep in mind that although we're talking about lighting patterns, what works well for me in my studio, we're not forgetting about other things that we might be able to use and play around with too. So anyway, just the application of butterfly lighting and how we might use it on a wedding day. I prefer to use a loop lighting pattern. My loop lighting pattern is created, as I said, as I move my light around my subject's face. Watch the nose shadow set up on the camera side of our model's face. And you can see that we're just creating a small shadow just to this side, right on our subject's face. We still have highlights between the top part of the cheek and the top part of the lip right here. That's basically the loop lighting pattern that we want to establish. As I continue to move this light around, I'm going to connect the cheek shadow with the nose shadow here. And that's going to give us our Rembrandt lighting pattern. The Rembrandt lighting pattern is a very, very dramatic lighting pattern on our subject's face. Again, it just captures just pockets, just a little bit of light on the camera side of the subject's face. Again, with this broad light source, because of our soft edge shadows, it's a little less noticeable than it would be with a smaller light source, but I still think you get the idea. If we continue moving this light around even more, you notice as I just put it around just a bit more, we completely lost the highlight density on the subject side of the face, including the specular highlight in the eye as well. This is split lighting, and this is exactly illuminating one half of the subject's face. Because of the constraints of our setup here, I don't want to move the light around to a rim lighting simply because the background's in the way and we're going to be pointing the light source into the camera lens. But keep in mind that the rim lighting, again, is just simply a garlic light, an accent light that just rims out the subject from the background. But these 4 lighting patterns, the split light to the Rembrandt light, to the loop light, to the butterfly light, are the basic lighting patterns that we like to see on our subjects' faces. What do I use when I'm photographing a wedding? The lighting pattern I use most often is a loop light. A loop light is very, very easy to set up. It's just very, very simple to set up and to do. In fact, let me just demonstrate very quickly what we do on the wedding day, because I'm not looking for necessarily that defined loop shadow on the subject's face. What I'm basically trying to capture here is just model the facial features. I want to define the mask of the face very, very simply and very easily with my light source. When I'm setting up in a bride's home, I'll have my bride basically roughed in a certain pose, a full face, 2/3 or a profile, and then all I'll do is just kick my light right into position. Do I see that nose shadow set up? Once I see the nose shadow set up, I know that I've established the correct lateral position of my light. The next thing I want to do is lower my light to a point to where I can get the light into the eyes. Just a bit, something right about there, just to see the eyes light up. Well, let's say, for instance, I have my bride tilted just a little bit differently. Let's say we put her from this masculine pose into a feminine pose. Let me just tilt you this way, chin down just a bit, Mary Kay. More, chin down more. Okay, and see if we can hold into that now. Bring your head back towards camera. More, more. Chin down a bunch. Back towards camera some more. Chin down some more. Right there. That's good. And just looking kind of straight ahead here. Okay, so again, in the feminine pose here, feminine tilt, I'll kick my light around. Do I see the nose shadow set up? But now notice, since I have her tilted in the opposite direction towards the light, that now the height of my light is creating shadows on her eyes. Once again, because I've tilted her head in a different direction, what we need to do is lower our light to get that light opened up, or get those eyes opened up. So once again, from this position here, just going to accentuate the loop just a bit more. Okay, let me bring your head around just a fraction more. Whoop. That's perfect, right there. And I'm just going to drop the light down and watch the eyes light up as I just drop the light about 8 inches. Now we can see the light in the eyes very, very well. And just for demonstration purposes, just bringing the reflector in gives us the photograph that we're trying to create here. Just very easily and very simply. And I just want to show the amount of variation that we can have in the positioning of our light and still create very, very pleasing tonal values on our subject's face, pleasing modeling on the subject's face. From this position here, if we go this high, we're throwing the eyes into shadows, but down here we've lit up the eyes again. I can go from this position down to here, and anywhere in there, sure, we get change, but still we're lighting up the subject's eyes. It's a matter of taste, just what exact height that you would want the light to be. I just like to light up the eyes and keep my height right about there. As far as my lateral position, I can move the light way over here, accentuate the loop even more, or I can bring the light back this way and eliminate the loop, but still creating enough shadow on the camera side of the subject's face that we can still model the facial features properly. One point I'd like to make regarding the position, the lateral position of the light source here, is really, we can actually do our retouching in the camera. We can add weight to our subject's face, or we can deduct weight from our subject's face by the relative positioning of our key light right here on our subject's face again. So again, I'm going to ask Mary Kay to take our 2/3 view again. Just a little tilt, chin down a fraction. Perfect. Turn your head back towards me, Mary Kay, just a bit. A little bit more. Okay, there's our 2/3 view again. And now let's just watch what happens to the highlight area on my subject's face here. We have a highlight area that's encompassing most of her face. Well, suppose I had a very, very round-faced girl, and if I did have a round-faced girl, is there any way I can really make her look a little bit thinner than maybe she really is? Well, what I can do is shorten my light just a bit. I can let my light tend more towards a Rembrandt type of a situation, and what happens? I reduce this highlight area right here. You, the viewer's eyes, are drawn right to the highlight area over here. You're not drawn to the shadow area, and consequently, I've made Mary Kay look a little bit thinner than she was before when we were showing more highlight. If I have a particularly thin-faced client I'm photographing, I would bring my light out this way. Not so far that I spoil the shadow on the subject's face, but just enough still to model the facial features correctly, but still increase this highlight area right here on the camera side of the subject's face, and now I've got a very, very broad highlight area that I'm looking at. So you can add weight by bringing your light closer to camera, or you can take weight away from your subject by bringing the light more into a Rembrandt type of a position. Again, it depends on the people that we're photographing. It's our job to flatter the people we're photographing. Let's use our light, let's use our posing to do it, again, very, very quickly and very easily. When we just demonstrated the lighting patterns on Mary Kay's face, from the butterfly to the loop to the Rembrandt to the split, what I want to really emphasize is how important it is to have that light locked to our subject's face. I always tell a little story that really emphasizes this, and I think draws a picture in each of your minds that is so silly sometimes that it just sticks there and helps you really know where that light needs to be. I remember that when I photographed my first wedding, second wedding, a long, long time ago, that I knew that photographers told me that that light needed to be locked to my subject's face, not the camera position, but to the subject's face. And being a new photographer, I didn't know quite how I was going to do that, but I finally devised an apparatus that lets me get that light locked to the subject's face. Fortunately, I don't have it here today, but let me describe it for you. What it is a football helmet. And being a Cincinnati Bengals fan and so forth, it's an orange football helmet. We have this orange football helmet, and then right above the right eyebrow, out from this football helmet, is a 2x4. And the 2x4 is about 3.5, 4 feet long. On the end of that 2x4 is a light. Well, we were suspending a halo or an umbrella or something at that time, pointing back at the football helmet. And we had a flash bounced into that umbrella or whatever. Well, this is what I took with me to every single wedding because I wanted to keep the light right. And when I was ready to make the portraits of my bride, I would just grab my football helmet light apparatus, and I would just put it right over the bride's head. Now, it did look a little funny with the veil kind of coming out from behind the helmet and under the helmet and everything, but no problem. The art department could take that out. So anyway, once I got the light adjusted, I just moved it around, and I found my loop shadow. I literally moved the helmet around and got the pole positioned and the light positioned to where I could have that loop shadow exactly where I wanted it on my subject's face. And then once I had it exactly where I wanted it, then I just strapped that football helmet on good and tight. And now the football helmet is in place, and now guess what? Regardless of whether I'm photographing my bride in a full face, in a 2/3, or in a profile view, that light is now locked to her face, and it never moves. And even if I tilt my bride's head down into the bouquet, the light lowers as well. Or if I tilt her up the other way, the light goes up higher as well. So what's happening here is that the light is locked to the subject's face. That's the most important thing that I can mention when it comes to lighting of your subjects, your brides or your grooms on the wedding day, or any portrait subject. The light needs to be locked to the subject's face. Light position is relative to the subject's face, not camera position. If you decide on a lighting pattern that you want to illuminate your subjects with, once you decide on that lighting pattern, you are locked in to that direction of light. That direction creates the lighting pattern on your subject's face. You're locked into it. And again, with that football helmet in place, as we went from a full face to a 2/3 to a profile, and then back, or any tilts one way or tilts the other way, the light was locked to my subject's face, and the lighting pattern never changed. And we got beautiful, beautiful portraits. It was hard to explain the football helmet away in some of the finished photographs when we delivered it, but you know, we were just learning at the time. Okay, why don't we bring Drew in and just demonstrate that what we did with the photographs of our bride, Mary Kay, we can do with our groom as well. We're going to basically run through the same things again, a full face, a 2/3, and a profile. But before I start, let me just cover just a couple of the things that we want to know about posing our groom too, just some of the basic things that really make a difference in further enhancing the images that we're producing for our groom. I'd like everybody to see, first of all, Drew, just the way he's standing here, and we can see he's just flat-footed, but if you look even closer, how about let's go down to the pants legs just for a second and take a look at Drew's pants legs. And also, take a look at my pants legs too. How often do you see these kind of pants legs of your groomsmen of your wedding party when you're posing them in front of the church? Well, about 99% of your competitors show wedding photographs with the pants legs crumpled up near the bottom. Now the tuxedos, we're lucky to have tuxedos that are fitting very, very well, but sometimes it's not the tuxedos don't fit the person, sometimes the people don't quite fit the tuxedos. But how can we enhance these photographs to make them look just a little bit more polished? Well, this is a very, very elegant event, and to further enhance that elegant feeling, I want to be sure that I have clean creases in my pants legs. What I'm going to do is just ask Drew just to shift a little bit to the right, Drew, just turn just a bit, and just right foot forward all the way on the back foot. And now just bend that right knee just a bit. And now we got a nice clean crease from the knee all the way down to the toe here. And then if I need to, I would just come in here and just give a little tug there, or I might even ask Drew just to pull his pants up just a bit to be sure that we get a nice clean crease there too, and maybe even a slight bend of the knee. Anything to, again, enhance that line here. And that's pretty good. So that's basically a very, very important thing that I think we need to cover, because, as I said, you'll see that so often on so many photographers' work. You know, let's really, really make it look good. Let's take care of the fine details as well. Drew, let me have you stand the way you were originally again, too. All right. Something else we want to do, and that we considered when we were posing Mary Kay, is to take every one of our static horizontal lines and our static vertical lines and turn them into dynamic diagonals. How often do you see your groomsmen pose like this? Just facing the camera, the weight is evenly distributed on both feet. We have the shoulders horizontally, we have the arms vertically, and we have a very static pose of our groom, yet we see this pretty often in our wedding photography. Let's start changing some of these static horizontal and vertical lines into dynamic diagonals. I'm going to ask Drew just to center up just a bit more. A little bit more this way, Drew, just a fraction. Front foot forward and all the way on the back foot. And when we did this with Mary Kay, the back shoulder dropped down naturally. For some people it does, some people it doesn't. If it hasn't dropped down naturally in this case, I'm going to ask Drew just to tilt his whole body, just like this. A little bit more. There we go. Another thing that I like to do too, we now have our high shoulder and a low shoulder. Another thing that I like to do too, when we have a non-vested tuxedo, one that isn't a three-piece tuxedo, is I like to button the tuxedo. Why? Because now we've got these nice diagonals in the lapel lines as well, and I think that just enhances what we're trying to do as well. So we always button the tuxedo if it's non-vested. If they are wearing a vest, then we go ahead and we do unbutton it and show the vest, and so forth. Another point I want to mention is, how often have you as wedding photographers, get this unbuttoned here, had the old bunchy shirt sticking out? And maybe we can just come in, just see how rather unattractive the shirt looks. Again, it's the people that don't fit the tuxedos. The tuxedos always fit perfectly here. Well, how can we do that? Well, there's a couple of different ways. One of the ways is just with the groom taking the cummerbund and doing all that, but the minute he pulls his hands out of the cummerbund, the shirt comes back up. There have been some other less than discreet ways of getting the shirt tail in the pants as well, but what I want to demonstrate is something that we learned a long, long time ago that, again, works very quickly and very easily for our subjects on the wedding day. Inside, this is a universal rule, and this is one of the secrets of the business, but it holds true every time. Inside the pants pocket of the tuxedo, right about here, there's a slit, and it's an adjustment slit because the pants are made to adjust from one size up to about 6 other sizes. And the fingers can go inside the pants pocket through that slit and actually grab on the shirt tail and just pull it right on down. We can see Drew doing that, and then all of a sudden we get a nice clean shirt one more time. And that is something that'll work quickly and easily for you on the wedding day. All right, so now we have Drew tilted properly. We still have our vertical lines in the arms. I'm going to ask Drew just to put his hands in his pockets right under the coat. And I always ask for thumbs to be out of the pocket, just like this, because quite often if the thumb's in the pocket, Drew, put the thumb in the pocket and just run your hand all the way down to the bottom of the pocket. And what happens? That's what a lot of guys will do, and we'll get our straight arm again. So by having him bring his arm out and just go to the thumb out, the only way he's going to make that arm straight is rip his pants, and he's not going to do that on his wedding day. And then I'll just fix the coat right over, bring the lapel ends a little bit more, and now take a look from camera position what we have here. Drew, just all the way on that back foot again and just relax, be comfortable. Okay, do we have any more vertical lines in this image? Well, let's take a look. We've got our diagonal line from the elbow to the wrist. Another point too, a lot of the guys will like to bring this wrist, bend it out here, what I call the lazy wrist. Double check that this wrist is always pushed into the hip too. It just adds a little added feeling of strength when we're doing something like that, when we're doing our groom's portraits. Okay, so we have our diagonal line from the one shoulder to the other, from the shoulder to the elbow, elbow to the wrist. But how about from this shoulder to this elbow? His hand is in the pocket the same way, but we still have that vertical line. So I'm going to ask Drew just to kick out his elbow just a fraction. just a bit. There we go. And let's crop just right below the hand, right here. Right there, perfect. And that would be very, very close to what I want to show for my groom on the wedding day. Again, we would fix this here just a bit more to get our lines and so forth. And now let's see whether we want Drew in a masculine or a feminine tilt. We described with Mary Kay what that tilt was. It's when we have our diagonal line of the chest be continued with the head from the neck up to the top of the head. So I'm going to have Drew, just bring your head back towards camera just a bit. Good. And now just tilt your head just slightly this way. Chin down just a fraction. That would be our masculine tilt. Well, how would Drew look in a feminine tilt? Drew, let me have you just tilt your head back this way. Turn your head just a fraction. Chin down a bit. Not the most flattering photograph of a handsome groom on the wedding day. So again, let's go ahead and have Drew tilt his head back the other way. Drew, just up too much. Come back. And you heard me say too much. Drew, just for the demonstration purposes, go ahead and bend your head even more, right there. Notice now that we don't have this continuation from the waist to the shoulder, up from the shoulder to the head. We have a break point right here. It's not a continuous line. We want that line from the waist to the top of the head to be continuous. Drew, let me bring your head back just a fraction. Back the other way just a bit. Right there. That would be what I would want. All right, and that would be our full face view. Would I ever put my groom in a modified full face? I might. In this position here, though, with the way he's posed, I wouldn't. But let's try. Drew, just turn your head a fraction. More. Chin down just a bit. Eyes back into the camera. It has a different look to it, but it's not necessarily a look that I find attractive for our groom here. So let's have Drew center his face back up. Good. And again, Drew, just a slight tilt. There's our full face view. Again, we see our vertical line right up here. I'm going to ask Drew to kick his elbow out even more, a little bit more. And now we've got our diagonals that we need. Even on our head and shoulders portrait, pay attention to that you have the diagonals all the time. Let's go ahead and just take a photograph of Drew in the full face view, just a close-up. Again, camera position is going to be established by what? By the plane of my subject's face. Drew's quite a bit taller than me, and my camera position, I have a choice of either standing on a ladder to photograph him or dropping his chin down just a bit. Because of his physique and so forth, I'm not going to run into any problems dropping his chin down, whereas I might have that on a person that might be just a little bit heavier than Drew. Drew, bring your head around just a bit. Okay. Perfect. Just a little happier. More teeth. More, all right. All right. And again, just looking right up here at my hand, just tilt your head just a bit. Bring your head around just a fraction. Good. Give me a real smile right here. All righty. Terrific. And that would be our full face view of Drew. Again, I went for the big smile on that one. On some of the other poses that we're going to have him in a 2/3 and profile, we'll try a range of the expressions again. All right. Well, let's go to our 2/3 view. For the 2/3 view, I just kick my light to its approximate position, and I'm just going to now turn Drew into the 2/3 view. Drew, body's the same. Just turn your head. More. May I adjust? Just tilt. And you're going to be looking right above the door over there. And turn your head back towards camera just a bit more, a little bit more. There we go. All right. And there would be the 2/3 view. You can see the loop lighting on the subject's face. I'm going to bring the reflector back in. You can see how much that adds to it. And let's go ahead and make an image there. Drew, turn your head just a fraction more. Tilt just a bit. Chin down just a bit. Tilt your head just a fraction more. Kick out that right elbow just a bit more. You got it. Perfect. Let's do lips together. Just easy, relaxed. All righty. Good. And now another one. Don't hardly move. A little happier. More teeth. More. Tilt your head just a fraction. Great. All right. Turn your head even more away from me. Happier. All right. And that would be our 2/3 view. I think this bears mentioning is that my camera position is a little bit different from our video camera position. And on some of the images, what we'll see is something almost out of a 2/3 view, but when you see the image popped up on the screen, you're actually seeing the real 2/3 what I'm seeing from my camera. So we're trying to maintain that throughout. All right, let's go ahead and do a profile quickly here. Again, I'm going to throw my light in about the position that I planned my profile to be in. Drew, I'm going to let you rotate just a bit. Kick your right foot towards the wall. All the weight on the back foot again. Turn your shoulders more towards me. More. Bring this light in here. And turn your head away from me just a bit more. All right. Now that I have Drew in the profile view, I really prefer to use a prop when I'm doing profiles of my groom. I'm going to bring the stepladder in. Drew, let me have you stand out of the photograph just for a second. I'm going to put this right here, and basically I want the right foot there, and just bring an elbow right down on your knee and just kind of looking that way. And again, turn shoulders towards me. There you go. All right. And again, as far as our posing goes, I want to enhance this hand even more. I'm going to bring his elbow right out to the knee. I'm going to ask him to put his hand in just an easy fist, just a light, easy fist. I'm just going to bring the hand right in here like this. Okay, and just, again, profile view here. Drew, turn your head back towards me. Doing exactly what I did with Mary Kay, even more, Drew. I see the far eye. Now, Drew, just back away just a fraction. Just back your head away a bit more. Turn your head away from me a bit more. Whoop, right there. Tilt the top of your head towards me again. Again, having him tilt his head to establish proper camera position. Let's just repeat that. Drew, tilt the top of your head away from me. Notice how it looks like he is tilting away from me. Drew, tilt your head back towards camera again, more, and tilt it a lot more past. Tilt the top of your head even more towards me. Notice how, again, we're losing our proper perspective for our profile. Drew, tilt your head back the other way again. There we go. Turn your head towards me a fraction. Okay. And now let's set up the loop lighting pattern that I need on my subject's face. We're almost in a Rembrandt. I'm going to bring this around just a bit more. Notice what happens to the light on the background. I can either feather it onto the background or take it off of the background, whatever you prefer in your finished composition. I'm going to leave a little bit of light there in the background. Also, I'm going to let Drew back up just a fraction more. Right there, Drew. Same way again. That's perfect. Perfect. And I'm going to bring my reflector right in here. And we can see how it fills. Again, I said that I like to feather my light into the reflector. What happens in this case is our background will go darker, but we'll increase the shadow density on our subject's face, and we can get, again, just control, just finesse it right to where we want it. And I think this gives us a nice look for our profile. Okay, chin down just a fraction to establish another diagonal line, fraction more. Okay, and now Drew is looking straight ahead. Now watch what happens to his eyes as I ask him to look up, just a fraction as I did with Mary Kay. Drew, whatever you're looking at, just look 10 inches above it. Notice how we got the sparkle in the eye again. And down just a bit, teeny bit more smile. Eyes a little to the left, just a fraction, just your eyes. Chin down a little bit more. Good, good, good. A little bit more smile. All right. So why don't we go ahead and let's see the big grin again. More teeth. More, more, more. All right, all right. All right. Drew has a really good range of expressions, and the soft expression is just as flattering for him as the big grin is, too. But again, find out what those real expressions are when you're making your images. But again, what have we done? We've just done a full face, a 2/3, and a profile for our groom. Let's do one with a modified full face just very, very quickly, and then we'll be able to see really how the poses that we started out using with Mary Kay simply apply with our groom as well. Drew, I want you just elbow still right on your knee. Hand just right up about here. Let me just adjust you. Chin down just a bit. Eyes right back to camera. And now we have him not in a 2/3, but not in a full face either. We've got him in our modified full face with his eyes just slightly decentered as they're going to be looking back into camera. Right here, Drew. Chin down just a bit more. All right, that's great. Hold that for a second. All right. Chin down a fraction more. Give me your best smile of the day. More teeth. All righty. Great. Let's just recap what we've just done now. We started out with Mary Kay, and we demonstrated a full face view. We demonstrated how the full face view works with a masculine tilt or a feminine tilt. We described the masculine tilt as a tilt that is a continuation of the head line, if you will, as a continuation of the body line. From the waist to the neck is one diagonal line, from the neck to the top of the head is another line. The masculine tilt is when that line is a continuous line. We demonstrated that as well with Drew, our groom. We talked about a feminine tilt, a tilt being tilted towards the high shoulder. Tilted towards the high shoulder, we create a nice classic S-curve running through the whole length of our subject. We saw that it didn't look really as good on Drew as it did on Mary Kay. We then demonstrated our 2/3 view, where we turn the head just slightly off to one side, but not so far that the nose breaks a cheek line, and not so far that the eye, the far eye, is no longer contained by the far part of the face. We saw that we can add weight to or deduct weight away from our subjects by positioning the light, and also by working within that margin of area that we have on our 2/3 view as well. And we went to our profile view, demonstrated it with Drew and also Mary Kay. And we saw that on our profile view, because it's such a dramatic view of the face, we want the profile view to be completely clean from the top to the bottom. We don't want any billy goat beards coming out here, or veils coming out, or anything else. We want it to be a clean, nice, clean profile. We talked about the modified full face view, again, of both Mary Kay and Drew, where the head is slightly off axis just a bit, but the eyes are still coming into the camera, and we create a lot more white on the one side of the eye to force the viewer's attention to the subject's eyes. These are all the things that we can put together for four very, very simple poses: a full face, a 2/3, and a profile. We talked about our lighting patterns. We talked about a butterfly, a loop, a Rembrandt, and a split lighting pattern. We mentioned that the loop lighting pattern is my preferred lighting pattern because it works so quickly and easily. All these things come into play, and when they come into play on the wedding day, they do work very, very smoothly for us. With a minimum amount of equipment, our reflector and our lights unit right over here, we can take a series of photographs of our bride and groom on the wedding day that works very, very smoothly for not just them, but moms and dads, flower girls, ring bearers, people in a wedding party, everybody else. And we're able to produce these portraits in a minimum amount of time, 45 seconds to a minute per portrait, and we're able to put together images in our client's album that are quite a bit different than we're normally used to seeing. Remember, it's a difference that makes a difference in our photography. If we're going to do what everybody else in town is doing, the only criteria our clients have to select us over somebody else is going to be price. But if we can give our clients something that's different than what everybody else is doing, then all of a sudden the criteria is no longer price. It's because of our style of photography. It's because of our technique. It's these elements that come together that give the clients the alternative choosing decision to select us as opposed to someone else. So remember, make what you're doing different in your photography. Make it different, because it is a difference that makes a difference. In this module, what we want to do is expand on what we discussed in Module 1. Module 1, we discussed the three views of the face for our bride and for our groom, our full face, 2/3, and our profile. What I want to do in this module is specifically concentrate on our bride alone and basically photograph her in several different situations. The first situation is going to be with our formal studio portrait background. Again, the simple setup that we set up in a bride's home or on location. Again, a lightweight light source over here and our lightweight umbrella here. When we're setting this up, again, we want to work quickly and easily when we're making our bridal portraits, but we'll see from the flow of the photography once we get into this just how easily one pose flows into the next pose. And we're going to do a wide range of different posing of Mary Kay, our bride. Before we get into that, let me just show some of the equipment that I'm using when I'm photographing my brides. The camera that I use is equipped with a 150mm lens. On the front of the camera, I have a CalPro vignetting system. The vignetting system is designed to be operated at about f8, 8.5, f5, 6.5. Its designed aperture is between 5, 6.5 to f8.5. I generally make all my bridal portraits at about f8 on a 150 lens. The vignetting system on the CalPro vignetter, I use an oval vignetter when we're photographing our brides, and I use a bottom-only vignetter when we're photographing grooms or two or more people, and I use what's called the frosted bottom-only vignetter when we're photographing high-key portraits of our bride, grooms, or both of them together. As far as the type of diffusion that I use on my camera, the CalPro, I have a Tiffin #1 diffuser in the back of the vignetting system itself, plus an exact amount of dust that has settled on this vignetter in the course of 1 week's time. To all the purists out there that talk about clean lenses, you know, we spend thousands of dollars for the lens, and then we put all these diffusion business on it. I have one more diffusion element that I use, which is actually in the back of the camera lens. And what it is just a black nylon type of a material, just a nylon twill, and it just fits right in the back just very snugly. And it just offers me just a hint more diffusion, just breaks up the highlights just a bit. So this is basically the equipment that I use when I'm photographing a wedding. All right, why don't we ask our bride, Mary Kay, to step into our studio here. And again, without going into a lot of detail that we covered in Module 1 about how we're positioning the bride, I'm going to mainly show more variety in this particular module than really get into a lot of the fine points of the posing and the lighting patterns and so on and so forth. So, Mary Kay, let me turn you this way. A little bit more, front foot forward, all the weight on the back foot. Okay, that's good. Turn your body towards me just a fraction. Terrific. Okay, I want to see a little less of the back of the hand, so let's just roll this hand around this way. Bring this hand right around here. Fingers just relaxed, comfortable. Just bring the veil in here just a fraction. Position a light in my loop lighting pattern that I want. Pop in the reflector fill very, very easily. And I'm going to start out by just doing some half-length poses of my bride, first of all, and then we'll go into some of the closer-ups. Okay, just bring your head around just a fraction, chin down just a bit. Great, great, great. And again, just a little happier. All right, more. All right. And I would even come in and maybe do a close-up of this particular view of the face, cropping right above the hands, and just doing a head and shoulders here. Mary Kay, lips together for me this time. Great, perfect. Chin down just a fraction. Just relaxed mouth, everything. Good, good, good. All righty. And again, just a little happier. More. All right, great. All right. And again, I have my model looking up here at my hands to give the life into the eyes, just the eyelids opening back into the eyes just a bit. Okay, let's do a couple and just, those were a masculine pose. Let's do a couple with a feminine pose, which is basically the head tilted towards the high shoulder. Okay, Mary Kay, that's perfect. I'm going to lean your whole body now. That's great. And just be sure that this isn't blocking any part of the face. Okay, and let's see what we have here. Let me lean you just a fraction more. Great. And again, as we look at this pose in an overall view, we can see just a nice S curve running all the way through her body here. And since we're got our head tilted in that direction, I'm going to lower my light just a bit and just relax shoulders. Just let them drop. Just relax them. There we go. All right, looking perfect. And again, just bring your, just a bit right there. Great, great. All right. And hold that for a second. I'm going to come in just a little bit closer. And do just a straight full face view right in here. Very, very tight, very direct look. And now let's modify the full face just a bit. Let me just turn your head just a bit. And drop that front shoulder down just a bit for me, too. In fact, let's really modify it. Break a couple of our rules here. Let me have you drop this front shoulder down quite a bit. And now tilt over this way. May I adjust? Just like that. And again, because of the strong tilt, I need to lower my light quite a bit too. Perfect, Mary Kay, just a slight tilt. Good, good, good. And again. Kick out that right elbow just a bit more for me. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Great, great, great. All right. All right. And again, we can see with that positioning, we can see how the eyes were decentered, the pupils were decentered in the eyes, and you, the viewer's attention, went right to her eyes and knees. How about some variations on the 2/3 view? There were several photographs there that we've just done from half-length to head and shoulders and anywhere in between that gave us a lot of variety just with our full face views. Let's go ahead and see what some of the variations we can do with our 2/3 views too. Okay, let me have you just kick right foot forward again, all the way on the back foot, dropping the back shoulder down and bringing your head around. More, just like that again. Perfect. I have her head tilted in the other direction. I'm going to just kick my light around there, and I'm going to come in and crop right above the elbow here. That's great. Don't move a muscle. Turn your head away from me a fraction. Turn your head back a fraction. Great. Lips together for me. Just very relaxed. Eyes a teeny bit higher. Just look a little, eyes only a little higher up the wall. A little bit more. A little bit more. Right there. Good, good, good. All right. And again, we can do the same thing in a feminine tilt. Just tilt your head the other way. Chin down a bunch. A little higher. Right there. And once again, since I've tilted her head the other way, lower the light. Mary Kay, let me turn your head away from me some more. There we go. Great, great, great. All right. Okay, and again, we could do variations with that from a full length to a half length to a head and shoulders. We just picked one of the different views in here. Now let's do something again, just a little bit different. Mary Kay, let me have you turn your body towards me just a fraction. Okay, and I want the flowers to be close to your face, about right here. Yeah, I'm just going to go very, very close. We're just going to crop right in here. I want you just kind of leaning your head in, but looking back at camera. Even a little bit more. Something just like that. On this particular photograph, as we're looking at Mary Kay, I want to decenter her eyes this time, not just right to left. I also want to decenter her eyes from top to bottom. And this is where, again, I break a rule. We talked about camera position being established by the plane of the face. Well, the plane of the face is telling me that my camera needs to be right about where it's at here. But if I want to decenter her eyes from top to bottom, I'm going to raise my camera up quite a bit. Let's go ahead and raise the camera up for our new higher camera perspective to break that rule. And let's bring a ladder in to do exactly what we're describing. Let's check our lighting. Since we've got our bride in such an accentuated tilt, do we have enough light in the eyes? I think not. I think we can even drop our light just a little bit more, just to pop open those eyes just a bit more. So let's just drop this light down just a bit. And again, look how much that opened up the eyes from up here in the shadow to down here where we're just popping them open. That's good right there. All right. Turn your head away from me just a fraction more. As I'm turning her head into the light, I need to kick my light around just to accentuate the modeling pattern just a bit more. That's perfect, Mary Kay. Perfect. Great. And let's try one happier than that. More. There you go. Great, great, great. Eyes here. All righty. All right. And then from this position, I can very easily move into a profile. So I'm going to let Mary Kay hold that. Kick my light around to a profile view. Accentuate the tilt here, just really dropping that shoulder down. Flowers here, just drop this hand down. Let's hide this hand some more. Shoulders back, chin up. Let me adjust, just chin down now. Looking right across the top of the flowers. And again, bringing the veil out of the way to clean up our background. Drop the shoulder down even more. Perfect. And again, do I have light in the eyes? I don't know because we're pretty low here. Let's drop it down more and see what happens. And let's bring our fill in till it's just right. Perfect. Mary Kay, turn your head back towards me just a fraction. Find our profile a little bit more. Chin down just a fraction. Right there. Good. Turn your head away from me now just a bit. A little bit more. Tilt the top of your head away from me just a fraction. Perfect. Perfect. Don't move anything. Just look straight ahead. Just look eyes up. Just eyes. More. More. Chin up just a bit. Chin up a little bit more. Turn your head back towards me some. A little bit more. And now let's center the eyes up from camera position. Eyes only to the left. Just your eyes and a little higher. Okay. And again, a little happier. More. All right, all right. Great. Okay, let's come back just a bit. Mary Kay, I'm going to ask you to hold that pose just for half a second. As we look at this pose here, from this crop here, what are we primarily seeing highlight-wise on our subject? We're seeing a lot of detail here in the gown, and we're seeing a lot of detail here in the face. We're seeing a very, very beautiful profile. If I want to hide some of this detail, and I'm going to turn my bride slightly more towards the camera just a bit. If I want to hide some of this detail and focus the attention to my bride's face, how can I do that? Well, how about if I photograph her from the back? Mary Kay, let me turn your back towards me this time. And I'm going to move you a little bit to your right. Come back towards me just a fraction. That's good. Oh, right about here. Kick your left foot towards the wall over here. Okay, and now put your flowers right up here on your shoulder. Just a bit. Just want to pick up a touch of the color. Perfect. And now turn your head back towards me. I'm sorry, away from me. Chin down just a bit. Looking right over here. Basically the same direction. A little bit more. A little bit more. More. And now let's go in close again on our bride. And now don't move anything, just eyes a little higher, just your eyes. Look a little higher up the wall. More. Chin up a little bit too. A little bit more. Turn your head back towards me a bit. Back towards me a bit more. Perfect. That would be a nice one right there. Okay, now let me have you back away from me just a fraction. Just a bit more. Right there. There we go. Great. Perfect, perfect. All right. And let's try the big smile again. All righty, terrific. Don't hardly move. And I'll flow from this pose into a 2/3 view again with eyes coming back towards camera. Mary Kay, just turn your head back towards me. Not your body, just your head. More, your body if you need to, just a bit. Tilt a bunch with your head. Just your head. Tilt some more. The other way. May I adjust? Just tilt, chin down. And once again, just bring my light around. Give me the lighting pattern that I need. Drop that right elbow back just a fraction, right there. All right. Right here. Good, good, good. All right, and hold that pose just for a second. If we come in again very, very close on her eyes, when we decenter the eyes from a 2/3 view, we're really, really adding a lot of white to the eyes, to the left-hand side of her eyes as we're looking. It really draws your attention. When you're doing that one more time, be sure that your subject's face is turned enough towards camera so that we have the far part of the face containing that eye. If you don't, we have our eye hanging out in space, and it just doesn't look as well. It's not properly, the face isn't properly framed. So again, let me just bring Mary Kay back just a bit. Right there, just enough. A little bit more tilt. And again, when we do the tilt, we lose it, so I need to just bring her just like that. Always watching to be sure that we're containing the far part of the eye there with the far part of the face. We just showed some variations in our full face 2/3 and profiles and our modified full face views. Well, let's see if there's anything else we can do to change the variety in our posing too. What have we done so far? We've changed views of the face, and we've changed expression. We've changed camera perspective from a 3/4 length to a half length to a head and shoulders. But we can also change our background around too. When I'm working quickly on the wedding day, I just bring this one background with me. I don't get into bringing white backgrounds for high keys. What I come up with is a technique that allows us to do high keys very, very quickly and very easily on this same background. And y'all look at this background and say, well, this thing's dark. How's it going to be made white? Well, I don't use the back side of it. I don't have it painted white or anything. But if you think about it, this background is rendered in a certain key because this is how we normally see it in normal room light. But if I was to render this background in a different key via more exposure on the background, I can shift it to a lighter key. Let's say that I had a flash pointing at this background and had the flash output set so it gave me a correct exposure of f8 on my background, and my camera lens was set on f8. Well, if I gave my background twice as much light to an actual f11 but kept my camera on f8, my background would overexpose, wouldn't it? And then again, if I put twice as much light again on my background to an f16, still keeping my camera on f8, my background is going to go nearly white, and I can punch even more light on it and finally make this darker background a light white background for high-key bridal portraits. Remember, my camera is staying at f8 because that's the fixed exposure I've got set between my key light and my bride. f8 is my fixed exposure, but I can make my background exposure, if you will, vary from a normal density to a completely white density. Again, we do it very, very simply. I use a 200 watt-second flash unit. The unit I use is a Lumidyne, and I'm just going to bring it in right here. When we're doing this, it's important to have the flash far enough away from the background that the flash dispersion pattern coming out of this unit is broad enough to encompass the whole area that we're illuminating on the background that we want to go white. I find that I need my bride about 5 feet in front of the background when I do something like this. My flash is right behind her when we're doing it too, and I'm going to illuminate an area of the background that will capture just that area behind her that I want to go white. The flash unit's up to 200 watt-seconds. And I'm going to ask Mary Kay just to come right in here and just stand right in front of the light. I'm also going to set up a pose that lets me come in fairly tight on her as well, just simply because it's going to be tough to make this dark background white corner to corner. So I'm not trying to do full-length or half-length portraits this way either. I'm just trying to do something different, something just a little bit different than what we normally see in our bridal photography. Okay, I'm going to move this light even closer to you. And just right about there is a good aim. As far as vignetting goes, I mentioned one of the vignetters that I used in the first part of the tape. We're using the frosted vignetter, and what happens is some of this light from this halo unit will hit the light or hit the vignetter right here and force the bottom to go white for us as well. Again, how many lights are we using for this? We're using our key light, our reflector fill, and just a second light in the back to create high key portraits on the wedding day. I use a bottom-only vignetter in this case because I used an oval vignetter at one point, and frankly, the oval vignettes into the top of the person's face, and it doesn't give us as pleasing of a vignette. Bottom-only vignette is preferable in this case. The pose that I'm going to do, again, is just a very simple pose. I think I'm even going to have these flowers up a little higher, Mary Kay, just right up here, and just lean right on into them, looking back here at me again, just like that. And let's come pretty close on our crop, just right into about here. Just let me have you looking over that way. Chin up just a bit. Just tilt your head just a fraction. Chin up a fraction more. Turn your head away from me just a bit more. Tilt, good, good, good. Tilt your head just a teeny bit back. Whoop. Turn your head away from it, right there. Great, great, great. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. All right. Okay. And again, our background, as you can see, just went beautifully white to create a beautiful high-key portrait on our bride. We've just seen how we can easily make high-key portraits on the wedding day with a background, even this density, a rather dark shaded background. And we made it go pure white to a beautiful, beautiful high-key portrait. Well, how about any of the variations in between? We have power settings on our flash unit. We could go down to a half power or quarter power setting and range that background density over the complete range of possibilities. So I'm going to ask Mary Kay just to stand aside just for 1 second. And not only are we just going to cut power on our key light here, my background light, but how about if we even make it bare bulb? And if we just show the bare bulb, and then we control the bare bulb so that it's in a vertical position. This way, some of our light will be illuminating the back of our bride's gown, and the rest of the light will be illuminating the background. What happens now if we vary our power from 200 watt seconds to 100 watt seconds to 50 watt seconds? We can see our background go almost high key to a pastel key to a medium key to a darker key that just concentrates the light behind the bride. So why don't we go ahead and just for fun, let's go ahead and set that up and just see what happens. I'm going to put this about halfway in between the bride and the background here. I'm going to pop the power up to 200 watt seconds and basically set up the same pose as we had before. I'm going to keep the frosted vignetter on for the higher key photographs, and then we'll just switch it to the low key vignette as we get to our lower watt seconds. And let's come in pretty close on our crop. Mary Kay, let me have you scoot this way just a fraction. Good. Just turning this way a bit. Flowers a little closer to your face, just right up here. And we're going to come in with our crop pretty close to you. Looking back at camera again. Checking our reflector here. And again, positioning the light to give us the proper modeling of the facial features one more time. So a little bit more chin down just a fraction. There we go. Great, great, great. All right, all right. Lips together. Great. All right. Let's hold that pose, but let's cut our power down to 100 watt seconds. Okay. And now let me have you looking straight ahead just for a little variety. Good, good, good. All right. And now let's do another one at 50 watt seconds or quarter power. And since our background is going to be substantially darker, let's go ahead and change vignetters. Mary Kay again, looking right back here at me. Chin down just a fraction. Give me a big grin. All righty, great. All right, and one more here. Slight, slight smile again. Lips together. Perfect, perfect. All right, and let you relax just for a second, staying right there. All I'm going to do now is just basically put the reflector back on the flash unit and just bring the flash unit, point it right back at her gown. No light at all now reaching the background, but pointing literally back at her with the reflector in place, pretty close to the background itself, and just pointing right at her gown. Okay, and Mary Kay, again, basically the same way here. Just bring this up again for fun. I'm looking back into the camera again. Great. Perfect. Big grin. All right. And now just a little softer expression, eyes right here. Good, good, good. All right. All right. All right. Mary Kay, you can relax again. Again, one more time, you can see how easy it was for us to just alter our background density by varying our flash power, illuminating our background. From full blast onto the background to get the high key, then taking the reflector off and going bare bulb at 200 watt seconds to give us a light pastel key, dropping the flash down to 100 watt seconds and going to a medium key, and then going down to 50 watt seconds for a darker key. And then our finish way of really varying everything is just taking a flash unit at 50 watt seconds, pointing right back at our bride just to illuminate the veil right up here. Gives us 5 kinds of variation that we can do on our wedding day. So by varying not just the views of the face, not just the expressions, not just how the eyes are looking, either down or up, We can also vary our background just by how much light we put on our background. I said at the end of Module 1 that it's a difference that makes a difference, and it's also true in any part of our photography that we do too, not just in the overall scope of things, but as well in the individual sections of the whole wedding that we happen to be photographing, just in our portraits of the bride. Up to this point, we've been making several portraits of our bride, beautiful different types of portraits with our three simple poses, our full face, our two-thirds, and our profile. We as photographers quite often think that the wedding day is the bride's day, and as a result of that, concentrate about 90% of our photographic efforts on our bride. What we need to do is forget another person, a key person in the photography and in that part of the day as well, and that person's the groom. In our wedding photography, we give the groom equal billing. And in giving him equal billing, we take just as many photographs of the groom, his mom and his dad, best man, everybody that has to do with the groom and his family and friends as we do the bride and her family and friends. What I'd like to do is ask my groom, Drew, to stand on in here today and just give you a feeling for some of the different variety of posing that we can really put our grooms through too. Quite often we get locked into our portraits with our bride because we have bouquets or we have hats or whatever. Well, Drew doesn't have a bouquet or a hat that he's going to be wearing. We're just going to do some regular, really nice portraits of our groom. I need to say, too, that these portraits of a groom apply to portraits of any guy or executive or gentleman or boy or whatever. I really don't know all that many poses. I only know three, a full face, a two-thirds, and the profile. And all I do is just expand on those with changing the expression, changing the look of the eye, changing the prop. Simple things like this to create the variety in our posing that we want. I want to start with Drew again, just in a full face view. Drew, again, let me have you button your jacket. And I'm just going to back you over this way just a fraction, turning this way, front foot forward, all the way on the back foot. And let me have both hands in the pockets, thumbs out to give me a nice line of the arms. And I'm basically going to set up our full face view that we had in Module 1. And then just work from that and work all the varieties from that as well. Okay? Drew, let me have you just tilt your body just a bit so I can establish a high shoulder right here and a low shoulder. Turn your chest more towards me, just a fraction, that's good. And let me see that back elbow come out too, just a bit, a little bit more. Let me straighten you up, just a fraction. A little bit more. Okay, right about there. Okay, Drew, perfect. Let me have you just tilt your head just a fraction, chin down just a bit, chin back up just a fraction, just finding what I like best here. And now, how about lips together? And great, hold it, that's terrific. All right, and looking right about here. All right, and another one. How about now, just a little happier? More teeth, great, great, great. All right, that looked good, Drew. And now I'll just come in for a little bit closer here. Drew, exactly the same way. Nothing really moved at all. That's perfect. Just like that. Kick out that left elbow just a bit more so I can create that diagonal line a little bit more. Chin down just a bit. A little bit more. All righty. Great, great, great. And straighten up your head just a bit for me. A little bit more. Chin down just a bit. Turn your head back this way just a fraction. A little bit more. Kick that elbow out some more for me. All right. Give me your best smile of the day. All righty. Terrific. That's good again. More teeth. All right. That looked terrific. And again, did you see that when I was doing the photographs of Drew, I didn't quite have the expression I wanted, and I just pushed it over the edge just a little bit more, just to take that smile from almost a good smile to really the full natural smile that I wanted. And if you see your client, don't spend that dollar on that one that's not quite there. Just ask for a little bit more smile and then spend your dollar on the real one. All right. I would, in this position here, maybe just kick my lights around just a bit. And since I'm close with my camera, I'll do a head and shoulders two-thirds view. Drew, everything's the same. You don't have to move anything. Maybe just slide your foot over this way, just a fraction. Good. Drop the shoulder down. Let me just turn your head way over here, and you're going to be looking right above the door there. Check my reflector fill here. That looks good. Model the facial features. For my loop lighting, he's tilted away from me in a masculine tilt. I'm going to raise my light up just a bit to get the lighting pattern on the face that I want. Okay, that looks good. Drew, that's perfect. I even like your expression just like that. Okay, Again, pay attention to the details. Have we taken care of all our diagonal lines, all our vertical and horizontal lines? Drew, kick out that left elbow, a whole bunch more again. Good, tilt your head just a bit more. Chin down just a bit. Just something like that makes just a good, simple 2/3 view. All right, that's terrific. All righty. And again, just a little happier this time. More teeth, more. All right, all right. All right. Okay, again, that was just something very, very simple that we could do with our groom. I could come back and run some more variations of the full length. I'll just set it up very quickly just so we can get an idea here. The light and everything's going to be about the same since the tilt of the head's going to be about the same. Drew, what I want you to do is, again, exactly the same pose. Let me just tilt you just a bit, turn your head away from me a fraction, just like that. And now I would just crop, say right here, right below the hand, and get a half-length portrait. I would finesse the pose by having Drew pull shoulders back, stretch out the chest to get the shirt stretched out for me. Maybe go in here, be sure our wrinkles are gone. And again, just finesse the head, the position of the head, a little bit more. Chin down just a bit, Drew. Turn your head back towards me just a bit. Something like that, and just straighten up your body just a fraction. A little bit more. A little bit more. Now, just tilt your head only back. Chin down just a bit. And head back towards camera a bit. Slight tilt. A little bit more right there. And that could be our half-length pose. Again, running the expressions just for fun. How about lips together? Something serious. Give me your big grin. Bigger than that, all the teeth. Something like that. Again, a full range of expressions that we can show for our clients. Let's go ahead now, and while we're in the full face, let's maybe work with a full face or a modified full face with our prop, my famous step ladder that I take with me to every wedding. Again, it's a simple ladder, but it's a sturdy ladder, and it has smooth edges so it doesn't catch any of the garments or anything in the course of the wedding too. Drew, I want you to stand out just for a second. And again, foot right on the middle step. And let me have you put your hand in an easy fist right on your knee. And I'm going to come in here and crop right here at the knee, right under the knee. This is, the pose I'm setting up is probably the one that I do more often on the wedding day because I do it not just to my grooms, but also of all my groomsmen. When you look at this photograph of our groom, keep in mind that I would take a photograph of each one of the groomsmen the same way. But again, let's look at this photograph and see how we can change it, how we can improve on it. First of all, as we look at this image, we see that Drew's shoulder here is pretty stiff. So the first thing I'm going to do is not have my subject, not have Drew support his weight with this arm. Just let that arm drop down, Drew. Another thing I want to do is really increase the dynamics of the diagonals in this photograph. I want Drew to tilt a whole bunch this way. Just a bit more. There we go. Stretch out the shirt so it goes taut for me, or the chest. Okay. And just put the pieces together. I like to see about a ½ an inch to an inch of cuff right here. Hand like just in an easy fist resting right on the knee. Elbow out just a bit to give me a diagonal line right in here. Complementary tilt of the head here. Again, a masculine tilt towards the low shoulder. Chin down just a bit. Right there. And I would crop just a little bit more off the top here and come in even tighter. Even a little bit tighter, and that would look good right there. That is about what I'm looking for as far as a pose. Now again, I would be sure not to have these pockets of shadow right here in my photograph. I would have my groom, and when we see me take the photograph, when I take the photograph, we'll see that I'll have the groom stretch and make that pocket disappear. Let's minimize it as much as we can at this point here just by pulling the shirt down. Okay, now what I'm going to do is just take a couple. In fact, the shirt is bunching up for me, and we talked about bunching shirts. Drew, I want you to reach into your pants pockets, grab that shirt tail, and pull it down for me. Okay, and now just same position again. Hand right on the knee, easy fist. Let's go ahead and just do it again. Sometimes when people take this photograph, some of the don'ts for this photograph, sometimes people will drop the hand and let it hang down here and cut off the hand exactly as we see right here. Well, again, we're amputating the hand. We don't want to do that. The alternative that some photographers use is they'll go ahead and they'll crop under the hand right here. And if they crop back and you look at the photograph with the hand all in the photograph, all of a sudden we're shooting into the crotch area of the person we're photographing. We're seeing all this back area back here and so forth, and it's really, really not very flattering again. I don't want any of these light pockets under the leg. I don't want the hand hanging down limp-wristed. I want to bring the hand in an easy fist right on the knee. I want to bring my crop right up here, never cropping the bottom, or never seen under the leg, but cropping halfway through the leg right here, just to keep that all dark right here. And just basically right under the arm, as we're seeing here in our viewfinder. Okay, let's go ahead and make this image. Again, pay attention to the diagonal lines. Drew, just tilt your head just a bit. Chin down just a bit. That's good. Stretch out the chest. Terrific. All right, that looks great, great, great. More teeth. All righty. All right. Okay. Again, this is the primary photograph that I would use with all of my groomsmen. We do an individual photograph of each one of our bridesmaids and each one of our groomsmen. Why? Because we suggest that the brides put these photographs in their wedding album. Not as 10 by 10s, but as a cluster page of 4 5 by 5s on the page. They ask each one of these people to be in the wedding for a certain reason, whether it's a good friend, a brother or a sister, somebody they went to school with, whatever. Let's take nice photographs of our groomsmen as well as our grooms and our brides and our bridesmaids too. Okay, let's go ahead and break this pose. Again, we're still in a full face view, modified full face view. I'm just going to bring the elbow down to the knee, throw it right here, create a diagonal line with the arm coming up here, break the wrist just slightly. This is what we call our GQ pose, and it just has kind of that look about it, and it's, again, done very simply, very easily, just something like that. I've got him tilted quite a bit, so what do I need to do? Lower the light. So let's go ahead and lower the light and get the light in the eyes again. Okay, again, my crop is going to be right here at the cuff. Okay, and I'm just going to pay all the attention to the diagonals that I've been talking about before. Drew, just tilt your head just a fraction. Turn your head towards me a fraction. Tilt just a bit more. Chin down a bunch. Turn your head back a fraction more. Tilt your head a fraction. Chin back up just a bit. Right there. Chin back down a fraction. There you go. Right there. That's looking good. Give me the good smile again. More, more, more. All righty. That looked good again. And again, all I'm doing is just playing around with some positionings of the hands and the elbow, maybe some crops. I could just take this arm completely out of the photograph and come in and crop right here. I won't take the photograph, but if we can come in tight, we'll just come right there and just come right in here, and we can come in with a pretty good photograph. Let me go back to camera position, see what we got here. Again, I'm not going to have Drew move, but I would have crop a little bit more space on the left-hand side of the image so we can move into the image. That's good. Drew, just kick your head over just a bit. Turn your head away from me some more. Tilt your head even more. More. Chin down a bunch. Turn your head back towards me just a fraction. Kick out your elbow even further out your knee. Chin down just a bit more. Okay. And just something like that. Checking the light. Just dropping a little less space at the top and just balancing with the space at the bottom of the image. Okay, and Drew looking right back in camera. That's terrific. And again, just going for the smile, big smile. Great, and there's a good close-up. So again, these are just simple things that we can do with our groom very quickly, again, on the wedding day. Well, let's go to some 2/3 views very quickly. While he's in this position here, I'm going to kick my light around. And again, stay kind of tight on him. Keep a pretty tight crop. And have Drew just look right above the doorway over here. And I'm just going to let that hand drop out. And again, I'm not going to shoot this, but let's just set it up. Chin down even more. Whoop. Elbow out some more. And cropping just down just a little bit more here, I think will give us the image that we're looking for. Okay, chin down just a bit more, Drew. Don't have your groomsmen looking too far up that we see a lot of white under the eye. Drew, just look a little bit further down on the door. Okay, and let's do a lips together serious. And I would center him up just a bit more in our viewfinder here. All right, that looks good. Okay, Drew, chin down a fraction. Tilt your head just a bit. Serious is good. Give me your big smile. Terrific. There's another one right there that we can do just as easily too. And while we're there, we could even back up and let's see what it looks like half length with the hand up here and Drew looking that way. Right about there is good. Right there, Drew, chin down again. And again, when we have the groom put the hand there, don't have him pull into the shirt because we'll get those wrinkles. Sometimes people just kind of hold on to the lapel. You know, again, just something for the... Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. I'm going to let Drew not hold on to the lapel. Just like that again. Drew, chin down a bunch. Turn your head back towards camera. Chin down a fraction. Tilt just a bit. Turn your head away from me a bit. Right there. Okay, that's looking good. All right, lips together. Just kind of serious this time. There we go. Great, great, great. Drew, that looked good too. Let's do something while we're doing these half-length portraits. How about a half-length profile? We always see our grooms in these profile views, and they're always tight profiles. We start doing a very, very nice profile of our groomsmen about a year or so ago, and doing a half-length profile. Kicking the light in the proper position here. Throwing the reflector in place to get our fill. Drew, I want your hand right on your knee again, just as we started originally. Just relaxed elbow and arm and everything here. A little bend. Okay. And again, I'm going to ask Drew to lean forward because I have this vertical line. Turning his shoulders towards me some more. The other way. Drop the shoulder down. Stretch out the chest so we get that shirt where we need it. Good, and just a little tilt right here. That looks good. Drew, chin down again. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Lips together. All right, all right, all right. Terrific. Drew, that looked good again. Let's come in for a close-up on our profile. Close-up, I'm just going to drop the elbow down to the knee. I've got my diagonal lines here. Going to orient Drew's face pretty well here. Get that hair out of the way just a bit. Drop our light down since I've dropped his head down some more. Feather my light into the reflector to maintain the fill density that I need off of my reflector into the shadow side of his face. Drew, tilt the top of your head towards me a bit more. Chin down again. Turn your head towards me again. Just too far, go back a fraction. Perfect, perfect. Lips together. All right. Let's see a smile again. More, more, more. All right, more. All righty. All right. Hold on. We could, while we're in this basic close-up portrait, profile portrait, we can always use a prop too, say a wedding ring, to just put right there on the knuckle and the thumb, have Drew looking right at it, and again, just like that, maybe a little closer, and come in pretty close with our crop right in here. Chin down just a bit, Drew, and just lean a little bit more into the ring. You got it, and I would just lead, or I would crop right about here and here, just leading it just a bit fine. And maybe even coming back just a bit. I don't like to see a hand popping out. I like to see it connected to the arm eventually. Something else that's important too is sometimes people are always concerned about cutting off the head. On a crop like this, why don't we just for fun, let's go in and crop it right here into the hair just a bit and drop down just a bit more so we can see the arm connected. Drew, come in even closer to the ring, even closer. And just breaking off some of the area in the front. I need to mention that I photograph with a square format. Our television screen isn't square, so some of this leading space and following space that we see on our TV set isn't exactly the crop I'm getting. Keep that in mind. I mean, if you want, you can tape black tape on either end of your TV set. I wouldn't do that, though. But anyway, this crop here, even if we crop into the head just a bit, does that spoil the photograph? No. And quite often I will cut into the head. I would, for this particular photograph, I am going to come back just a bit more. I want to see the whole head, I believe. And let's just bring it up from the bottom, cropping again right here so we can see the arms connected. Our light looks good. The expression lends itself to the pose that we have, just looking down at the ring. That's terrific. All righty. Okay, Drew, that looked good. Let's go ahead now, and even while the groom's in that position, Drew, I want your hand right up there, and now just kind of lean your face right on your hand, just like that. And that's perfect. Did you notice how comfortably and how naturally he did that? We want to avoid stiff, unnatural-looking poses. We start taking this photograph when I was photographing a groom in a profile, went back to my camera to adjust something, and then looked back at the groom and he was looking exactly this way. I said, hold it, let's take the photograph. Now, of course, we're going to have to change our lights around because we have our modified full face view. Let's pop them into position very quickly here and take that photograph of Drew. Drew, that's perfect. Just turn your head towards me just a bit. Good. Let's get our... Tilt your head just a fraction. Chin down just a bit. Turn your head back towards me just a bit. Perfect. That's it. That would be the photograph I would want. Let me make a comment before I make this photograph is whenever you have people bring their hands to their face, be sure that they can do it comfortably and naturally. Another thing is when they have their hand resting on a finger or a hand or something like that, the hand is perfect here, but do not let them put all their weight on their cheek. What happens is you get the indentation and the deformation in the cheek. So exactly what Drew is doing is just barely touching his chin to his finger there. And again, our composition looks good. Drew, just tilt your head just a fraction, a little bit more, right there. And again, just eliminating a little bit of my left side as I move my camera over fraction. That's good. And that one needs a smile. More. All righty. Terrific. And we've just taken another really neat photograph of our groom. We've done it very quickly and very easily again. How many poses have we done of Drew? I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10. And again, when you vary the expression, vary the look of the eyes down to up, when we vary the prop being a ring or whatever, we can come up with a lot of variety in our groom's poses. We don't need hats, we don't need bouquets, obviously, since we don't have them. It does give us a way to pose our grooms, though, that gives us a lot of variety on his portraits. Well, when we get into our module talking about couples, all we're going to do is basically take these same poses, and then we're going to go ahead and just add other people to them. But these are the primary poses that we start with, that we want to start with our groom and with our bride and build upon. These are the ones that really give the album the opening, I guess, give it its opening. We introduce the stars on the wedding day, and now once we've introduced the stars, let's tell the rest of the story. The wedding album gives us a wonderful opportunity to do some beautiful photographs of our bride and groom on a wedding day. If you look at wedding photographs from your competition and think about what we normally see in wedding photography, it's more or less just a combination of stereotyped images that really look the same from city to city, from photographer to photographer, from studio to studio. And what I want to do is really give you all an opportunity to change some of this around, just add a little bit of spice and variety to the wedding coverages. Some people are doing portraits on the date of the wedding. Some people are doing beautiful window light, beautiful outdoors and so forth. But wouldn't it be neat if an album could capture all these different facets as part of the wedding day? What we want to talk about today are just one facet of the whole overall coverage that we do for our clients. And that facet happens to be our studio portraits. I remember when I first saw Monty Zucker back in Indianapolis in 1979, seeing the beautiful portraits he was creating for his clients, I said to myself, I love that look. I want to have some of that in my photography as well. It's unfortunate that wedding photography doesn't incorporate a lot of, well, as I said earlier, it incorporates too much of the stereotyped look and feel. We think of the photographs we see all the time. We see the groomsman looking at the watches, or we see the best man wiping the groom's forehead as he's waiting for his bride or something like that. These are all fun images, and yeah, we take them for our clients if they really insist. But what I want to do more than that is really capture a touch of elegance in our photography that is really lacking quite often in wedding photography. We can capture that elegance with portraits as part of our wedding coverage. Not that our wedding albums have a total portrait look. This is just one of the many facets of the coverage that we want to have part of the bride and groom's wedding album. The photographs that I want to demonstrate on this module here are going to encompass a full range of different poses, different expressions, different looks, different action that we might do, not all of on the wedding day, but we would take a selection of these photographs for our bride and groom on any particular wedding. But for the sake of this module, I want to encompass just a total variety, a total range of different things that we can do. Bill and Gail are our brides and grooms today, and I'm going to start out just by doing something very, very simple, basically just a bride and a groom together. Now, when I'm posing my bride and a groom, the first thing I want to do is always have my bride on the other side of camera, but before I ask Gail to move, let me demonstrate why. If we come in closer on Gail's face, and Gail, I want you just looking right over there. Notice how much light that we have on Gail's face right here. We're doing what we call broad lighting our bride, and frankly, we're adding a lot more weight to her face than we would otherwise. We could see in our module where we talked about brides by themselves that we always had our bride turned into the camera just a bit like this, and we were actually putting more shadow on the camera side of the face and really making her look a little thinner than, not making her look thinner, but actually giving a more flattering, a more flattering look to her face than we would if we have her face turned the other way, receiving a whole bunch of the incident light. So whenever I'm doing my photographs of my brides and grooms, I have my groom closest to the light and my bride on the other side. So let me have you guys just change sides. In Module 1, we talked about our 3 views of the face, a full face, a 2/3, and the profile. All I'm going to do with the both of them today is just run combinations of those views of the face. I only know 3 poses, a full face, 2/3, and the profile. I do know how to combine those three views of the face into quite a bit of variety for our different photographs for our brides and grooms. I'm going to basically make our images here in about the same order that I would on a normal wedding day. Again, as I said, we're going to be enhancing it to the extent that we're going to be doing more images than maybe I would normally do on a wedding day. Typically, I would take about 10 or 15 photographs of my bride and a groom, just of the both of them by themselves, occasionally maybe backing up with a different expression, a bigger smile, a softer look, whatever it happens to be. But we're going to probably be taking, I don't know, 20, 25 different images today, very, very quickly, and again, in about the same time frame that I would normally do it on the wedding day. So I'm going to start out by putting my light about where I need it. We're going to assume that our reflector is in about the right place right here. And I want you guys just to come towards each other, inside arms around each other. That's great. And Bill, let me put your hand in your pocket, thumb out. The thumb out, of course, gives us our stopping point for the arm, so we can create our diagonal line from the shoulder to the elbow, back down here to the wrist. Gail, I'm going to have her hold her flowers just the way she has it, but I want to see a little more of the side of the hand, not so much of the back of the hand, because it's going to dominate some of our composition and draw too much attention to itself. So I want the hand just like that. I also want to get the weight properly distributed on the feet. I'm going to ask Bill to kick his right foot forward, all the weight on his inside foot. Gail, I want your left foot forward and all the weight on your back foot. I'm then going to just pop my light in here. I'm going to make my crop just right below Gail's hands here and come back to camera position and just see what we have. As I've said in previous modules, that I work with my reflector and my light as close to the subject as I can without taking a photograph, and you can see the halo just peeking into that top right-hand corner. I think we're fine right here, but even my hand in the top corner shows you how closely we're working. It basically strings my light for me exposure-wise. At about that distance, I'm generally working at about f8. As I come in for a closer view of my bride and groom, as we'll see, I'll pop my reflector in, and I'll bring my light source in just a little bit more closely, and then I close down my aperture to about f8.5 to compensate. The vignetter that I would use for my photographs of my brides and grooms is generally the bottom-only neutral density vignetter. Occasionally, I'll use a larger oval vignetter for some of the images, but for 80 to 90% of my images, I use a bottom-only vignetter. The vignetter just gives a little softening and a little more darkening at the bottom edge. It just really enhances the finished photographs for our clients. Okay, I want you guys are just about perfect there. Okay, compositionally, we've been talking about diagonal lines in several previous modules. Let's see if we have all the diagonal lines that we want in this particular composition of our bride and a groom. As I look at Bill, I see his body from the neck to the waist, almost a vertical line here. I see Gail basically the same way. So what I want to do is really get them to tilt in towards each other just a bit more. Bill, kick your leg out here just a fraction, and Gail, kick your leg out that way just a bit, and now just lean your bodies together towards each other. That's exactly what I wanted. Now we can see that we're starting to create a pyramid type of a composition for our couples right here. All right, and everything is looking about right here. I'm going to raise camera up to its approximate location here so we can get it basically oriented to the plane of their face. Okay, now let's finesse the pose even more from camera position. I want to be sure that my groom is in the full face view and my bride is in the full face view. Is Gail in a full face view? Not quite. She's turning more towards the light. Gail, just turn your head towards camera just a bit more, a little bit more. And just tilt your head in towards Bill just a fraction. Turn your head away from me a little bit more. Chin down just a bit. And that's perfect. Bill, you're just chin down just a fraction. And that's great. And bring your hips a little closer together. And Gail, turn towards Bill just a fraction more. Just a little bit more, turn your body towards him, but now turn your head back again. Perfect, perfect. Even a little bit more for me, Gail. Great. Hold it right there, and that one right there would look good. Let's see some smiles on you guys. More, Gail. All righty. Terrific. That would be my first image that I would take of the both of them. One thing I'd like to mention is I don't like to see the arm in here. If we have a bride's bouquet, a different bouquet than this, I might have it positioned right here just to cover up this opening. I don't want to pull the hips too close together because if I do, then I get the kind of the springing away of the top parts of the bodies again, and I think that really spoils the composition. So anyway, this would be the good starting point for our first photograph that we would take for the bride's album. Both of them looking into the camera, big smile. That's the one moms and dads are always going to want, and grandmas and grandpas will want too. All right, my next photograph would again be a half-length portrait, but now it's going to be what we call a double two-thirds. I'm just going to combine the two-thirds view of our groom and a two-thirds view of our bride. I basically set that up by telling the bride and the groom, I want you guys to pretend I'm over here taking the photograph, but I want the same pose. So Bill, I want you to back around just a fraction, and Gail, come towards me just a fraction, just a little bit more, teeny bit more. That's terrific. Bill, you can kick your right leg out here again. Gail, your left leg out here. Just lean the way you were again. And I want both of you looking right above that doorway over there. Okay, and we'll pop our reflector in its proper location too. And let's go back to camera position. And good. All right, and how about lips together, both of you? Just kind of a soft expression. That looks good, just right in there. All righty, terrific. And now another one. How about a little happier? More teeth, more. All right, terrific. And again, that gives us a good soft expression in our backup expression as well. If my clients, when I'm just starting to do the photography, you need to build that rapport. They have to get used to me talking with them and giving them directions, and they also have to get used to this camera being pointed at them. Usually the last time a bride and groom have had their photographs taken is by a senior photographer or something like that, or maybe an engaged portrait, something like that. But as far as any extended amount of time in front of the camera, this is usually the first time in their lives. And unfortunately, people think that it's like going to a dentist now and then. Having your photograph made I think should be fun and exciting. And we try to get up with our clients and have them get that feeling. We would take some Polaroids as we were doing the same thing and let them see what we're doing, just to get them kind of enthralled in what we're doing, and show them a Polaroid after we run a test, let them see it, and they go, wow, that's really me. You know, I look good in that photograph. Those little Polaroids become real good PR items for us. We'll even take that little Polaroid folder and we'll even put it, that little Polaroid, put it in a little folder and then give it to the bride and the groom as a memento of the wedding day. I also give one to maybe mom and dad too as a memento of the wedding day. What it does, it lets them see that they look good in front of the camera. There's nothing to worry about. The people that have sat on our sofa in our sales studio that have told us 8 or 9 months earlier, told us that they always take a bad picture, they hate to get their picture taken, all of a sudden now they can see a photograph that we've made of the both of them, or one of them individually, and they can say, wow, this really does look good. You know, it looks great. All of a sudden, any kind of walls or apprehensions that they may have had between themselves and me and the camera basically melt away. And now we have models that are very I guess, more cooperative than they ever thought they would be, because now they're saying, well, this is fun. We are getting good photographs taken of ourselves. And they'll basically do anything you ask them to do at that point. I want to do one more. Let's do a double profile of the both of them. This is, again, a very, very strong portrait. It takes a little bit of time to set up just because of the orientation of the heads when we're setting it up, but I think it's worth the effort. It's a very dramatic portrait, something that doesn't capture a certain softness of the wedding day. It's more a dramatic sculpting with light of the bride and the groom on the wedding day. Again, I'm going to just throw my light over here into profile position. Move some of our furniture out of the way, bring our reflector over. The reflector, the back side of it is black. It acts as a gobo so that we don't flare our camera lens. Put our light in about the location we need it to be in here. And again, basically I just position my reflector to block just the bulk of the light that's going to be coming back to the camera. Feather the light into the reflector to maximize the fill density that I need getting back on my bride and groom. I want you guys now just to pretend that I'm over here taking the photograph. So Bill, I just need you to back up again just a bit. Gail, come forward just a bit. Perfect. And exactly, just leaning towards each other, looking right about straight ahead, just a little bit more. Okay, and now from camera position, this is usually what happens is I generally have to reposition my bride or my groom because I don't want the planes of their faces to be so close to each other here. I'm going to ask Gail to turn towards Bill just a bit more. And Gail, I'm also going to ask you to scoot back that way, just a fraction. Even a little bit more, a little bit more. That's good. And maybe even put her profile against his dark tux here. And now we have a way to really see her pretty profile here. Gail, let me turn your head back towards me a fraction. Good, good, good. And just looking right about up there. Pull a little closer to Bill. And I'm going to crop it pretty tight right here, just an inch or two above her elbow. I want to check my diagonal lines. Bill, I'm going to ask you to kick that shoulder forward just a bit. That's good. And as we come into our close crop here, I think we can see how our composition comes together. Let's go back to camera position and just see what our double profile is looking like. It's looking pretty good. Let's just review the diagonal lines. Look at the nice leading line we have of his elbow up to his shoulder. The tilt of his head is capturing that same diagonal tilt. The tilt in the body. Bill is just leaning perfectly here. As far as the diagonal line on Gail's arm, I'm going to bring her elbow forward just a bit more. Position the flowers right about here. And now we have this diagonal line basically repeating his diagonal line here. I want to check the background of Gail's hair here, or the background behind her profile, and I'm just going to bring her hair around just a bit. Whoop, excuse me, Gail. Because I want to be sure that the profile, which is a very, very dramatic and beautiful view, I want it to be a clean, clean view as well. All right. And the only other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Gail's face towards camera just a bit more. I think this particular view lends itself to a softer expression. Gail, turn your head towards me just a fraction. And Gail, back up just an inch or two. Right there. Oh, too far. Come right there. What I'm trying to do is I didn't want his lapel line breaking into her nose. I wanted to see her full profile. I wanted to see it defined clearly in our image. And anyway, that is looking good, you guys. Looking good. All righty. All right. And again, Gail, just a little softer expression. Just totally relaxed lips. There you go. Perfect, 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 perfect. All righty. And that becomes a very, very neat, interesting photograph for the bride and the groom on their wedding day. Again, I'm going to ask these guys to hold this pose just for a second. This pose, although we're demonstrating it for a bride and a groom, you can see that this can be a best man here, this could be a ring bearer here, and if we have our bride here in the foreground, then we could have a maid of honor back there. We could have a mom back there. We could have a sister back there. This isn't just a bride and a groom pose. This pose works for all those other people as well. If we would cover a million poses for every single module, my gosh, we'd be looking at tape all day long. The point is that this whole section here works for so many different other sections, other people that are part of the wedding day. I said earlier that we reach into our case of imagination and just pick out a couple possibilities from one affair to the next. That's all we're doing here, is just giving you some possibilities that all you have to do is just change the faces. The poses are going to be the same. Okay, let me have you guys come back just around facing me again, the very first thing that we did. And now let's just go ahead and just start expanding on some different photographs where we spotlight Gail as our bride. What I'm going to do is have you guys just break hands back here, just separate a bit. Gail, come forward just a fraction. And I want to turn you this way now. Kick this foot towards me just a bit. This foot towards me even more. I'm going to drop the flowers this way. Bill, I'm going to ask you just to stand out of the photograph just for a second. Right here. And again, your hand is perfect. This hand coming right in the top here. And you'll see my thumb right here. I'm actually turning her hand so she can't roll it back this way at me. We'll see that quite often in wedding photography, where the hand is we're actually seeing the back of it. The way I pose is I'm always off to the side, just like this. Gail, extend the fingers just a bit more, just barely touching, and fingers together. Fingers together. You were perfect before. There you go. Just like this. Just kick back just a bit, leaning all the weight on that back foot. Let's see if we have a high shoulder and a low shoulder at this point. Okay, and now Gail, I want you to just relax the shoulders. And just let them drop down. Perfect. And now we've just released a lot of the tenseness here. I'm going to tilt her that way. Relax those shoulders again. There you go. And let me just bring your head around. More, more, more. Perfect. I'm going to take her into a modified full face view, just like this. That's great. And if we would do a crop right here of our bride, you'll see something very, very interesting. What you'll see is the exact pose that we had before of our bride in our formal bridal module. Well, starting with this pose here, why don't we go ahead now and just bring Bill into the background. We have a modified full face of our bride. Let's just bring Bill in. Bill, I want you just standing right about here and just looking at the bride. And let's crop back and include Bill in this composition. And centering up, if we look at this particular image on the TV, how often have we seen these kind of wedding photographs? It's like we pick up a posing guide and we decide, well, heck, I got to have a picture of the groom looking at the bride. And we just bring him on in and just standing there. We haven't captured any kind of connection between the both of them. What we've done is just have him standing there, vertical lines all over the place, but I haven't made him part of my composition. What I want to do is bring Bill in, and I want to make him part of the overall look of a couple that I'm photographing. I'm not photographing individual people here. I'm photographing two people as a unified compositional element that we're going to call a couple. Bill, I want you to stand in here just a bit more, right behind Gail. Just kind of, there you go. Come in even a little bit more. Now stand straight up for me. Okay, now this isn't much better, but the reason I have Bill in this position is because the way I pose, which is really different than the way I think a lot of other photographers pose, is I guess I pose a little bit more technically than other photographers pose. By that I mean I want to come up with a system that I can relate to other photographers that work on staff here at the studio, where we can come up with repeatable images from one wedding to the next, to where our images are basically looking the same, whether I do the photography or John or Don do the photography. And by starting out in this position here is going to cause Bill to lean quite a bit when I ask Bill to kick his right foot out here, Bill. Kick over at the hip, put this hand maybe in a pocket, and come up pretty close to Gail here. Okay, and I'm even going to turn you this way just a fraction, looking right back in the camera. Let's do a crop. Let's do a crop right in here. And now, what has happened when we've done something like this? What's happened when I have Bill tilt, we had a diagonal line with Gail right here. We had a diagonal line with her arms right here. All I've done by having Bill stand behind her and then lean out from behind her is I have repeated the diagonal lines of her face and his face, of his arm with her arm. That is key to how I pose my couples, is to repeat the diagonal lines. Repeat the diagonal lines. If you can continue to repeat the diagonal lines, all of a sudden your couples will come together. The poses will look very finished, very finessed, and a lot better than just the very first instance where we showed Bill just kind of leaning there, or not leaning there, but standing there and looking at her. All right, let's finish up our pose just a bit more. Let's see how much we need to refine it. Gail, drop this shoulder down. Just lean your whole body this way. Good, good, good. You're doing terrific. Great. All right. And again, I might do something like that depending on bouquet. I'm really going to come in and crop here pretty closely right here, because I really like this to be a much tighter photograph, because we've got our half lengths. We're showing the half lengths. That's good right there. We've got our half length photographs to show the beauty of the gown and so forth. Well, when I'm coming in close, I want to see personalities. I want to see looks in the eyes and so forth. I want to see the facial expressions and so forth. So let's go back to camera position here, finish it up. And what I'm going to do with you guys is do a whole series of photographs, but I'm only going to have you move just a fraction of an inch. Just maybe eyes down, eyes back to camera, maybe eyes over there and so forth. And as I do that, I want you just to kind of listen to what I'm saying and just follow me. And what you folks will see is a total series of photographs that will only take about a minute to do, but we've taken like 5 or 6 photographs in that minute. We're doing what Hugh Gentry calls exploring the pose. We're just changing ever so slightly from one to the other, but each one giving us just a different look. So let me have you start out, Gail, tilting your head down and looking right over there. Bill, I want you to lean just a fraction more, tilt your head just a fraction, chin down just a bit, looking back at Gail. Tilt your head towards me some more, chin down some more. You got it. And again, let's stay right in here. Get our light about where we need it here. I'm going to key on my bride, since she's my primary compositional element right here, because she's out in the front. Okay? And this is going to, Gail, let me have you come back. Just your head turned fraction towards me, right there. Good. Tilt your head just a teeny bit more. You got it, right there. And I would even come in and just take off the top of Bill's head, just a fraction. Right there, that's perfect, perfect. Okay, and that one right there, perfect, you guys, hold it, great, great, great. Don't move a muscle. Gail, I just want your eyes to come right back to camera. That's terrific, great, 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 perfect. Gail, how about a big grin for me? More, all righty. Okay, don't any of yous move. Bill, just turn your head back here towards me, chin down just a bit, right back to camera, a little tilt of your head. Chin down just a fraction, and again right back to camera. Happier both of you, more, all righty. Okay, just a little soft expression, lips together. Bill, turn your head away from me a fraction, chin down a bit, little tilt. Gail, tilt your head back up, just perfect. Gail, that's good, good, good. Lips together, soft, soft expression, just everything relaxed, right, great, all righty. And now let's do another one. Gail, you looking right over here, that's great, chin down just a fraction. And Bill, looking, just turn your head away from me a fraction, chin down just a bit, tilt, go back the other way, right there, that's good, all righty. Bill, a little happier, just a bit, all righty. Give me a real smile, Bill. All right. Bill, turn your head and look back at Gail. And tilt your head back this way a fraction, chin down just a teeny bit, that's good. Even lean towards her just a bit. Chin up now, just a bit for me. Tilt your head back away from her. You got it. Perfect. Soft, soft expressions, both of you. Terrific. All righty. All right, and one more. Gail, that's great. All right, Gail, a little happier smile for me. More. All right, Bill, you too, happier. Great. All righty, terrific. You guys can relax. Would I do that whole series on the wedding day? That was about 7 or 8 photographs. No, I would take 2 or 3 of those photographs. I would go for my best expression, the one I like the best, which isn't necessarily the smiling one. It could also be a soft, easy expression as well, and then I would have a couple backups. But how much did we move them as we just went through that whole series before? What did we do? We just moved an eye back into the camera, or an eye overlooking away off into the distance. We had Bill looking at her, looking back into the camera. 7 or 8 photographs in what took us less than a minute to do. That's like one photograph every 10 or 12 seconds. That's moving pretty quickly on the wedding day, and we need to do that. But it gives us an opportunity to take a full range of expressions, a different look for each one of the images, and gives us an opportunity to give our bride something different for the wedding album than the standard types of photographs. That was with our bride in our modified full face view, maybe even tending towards the 2/3 view. Let's go ahead and maybe do some things with her in a profile. All right, I'm going to keep this light right about here again, and Gail, you're fine just the way you are. I'm going to change this around just a bit. I want you to kick your right foot forward. More. Turn your head over this way. More. And you're going to be looking kind of over there at the floor again. Bill, I'm going to let you get behind her again. Gail, I'm going to come in pretty close on you, just kind of, I'll tell you what, you can just hold them here, because we're going to just do a crop right here above the hands. Turn your head this way again. And again, bring our gobo over here so we don't blast out our camera lens when we're making these images. All right, that's good. Gail, I'm going to back you up just a fraction, just a teeny bit, okay. And let's do, I'll tell you what, let's do this shoulder down. So we'll go to our basic pose, turn your head even more, chin down just a fraction. Okay, again, clean up the background. I would like to come in very, very close on Gail's chin because we have the hair coming from the back here. And I talked in a previous module about the billy goat hair on some of our images. And if we look very close, we look at that little hair there. I'll tell you, on a two-dimensional piece of paper, it looks like she needs a shave. Just kidding. But what we want to do is, again, make that profile very, very clean. And what I'm going to do, sometimes a hairdo will allow me just to pull the hair back. Of course, I always ask the bride's permission. Gail, can I move your hair back? Yeah. And she always says yes. And if she doesn't, we just take a scissors, go snip. It's out of, not really. We pull the hair back. If the hairdo is particularly stiff hairdo because of hairspray or whatever, I'll use the veil, just take it and wrap it around the hair very gently, so not to mess up her hair on the wedding day, and just pull it back. That'll usually work. Maybe I'll have an assistant hold it just a fraction as well. Check my lines of the hair here. That's looking good. Okay, Gail, turn your shoulders more towards me. And the reason I want to do this, again, is because compositionally we want the head to be balanced on a certain amount of base area. The base is going to be created by her shoulders and her arms right here. We can sometimes get into a situation where we have what we call football shoulder. We'll see that a lot on our profiles where the photographer will push the bride, or turn the bride this way. Bill, I'm going to let you just stand out just for a second. That's good. And let's say we were taking a photograph right here of our bride, and we would see that, well, the size of her head is about the same size as what the base is resting on. I always think of that balancing rock out west. You know, we have the big rock in this little bitty base and it looks like it's going to fall off. The same thing holds true here. The more narrow we make that base for the profile to rest on, it just is not working very well. We have the size of the head about the same size as the base that it's resting on. So I'm going to turn my bride much more towards camera, turn her head now away from me, even more towards camera, head away from me, even more, the other way, and just tilt this way for me. Great. And turn your head back towards camera just a bit, Gail. That's perfect. Back away just a bit. Watching the eye on the other side a teeny bit more. Teeny bit more. Right there. That would be my profile view right there. And now I have, compositionally, I have an area here that properly balances with the head of my subject up here too. It just looks better. Now I'm going to ask Bill to stand into the photograph again. Again, basically getting him right behind her. And our crop was good right about here again. I'm going pretty tight on our crop. Gail, I want to get these flowers even a little higher here. That's great, 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 great. And from this position here, I'm going to ask Bill to kick out his right foot and lean, lean, lean. And you can put your hand on her waist this time or in a pocket, whatever's good. Kick out your elbow just a bit. I want to get this diagonal line here. And Bill, I want you to really lean and looking past. More, more. Good, good, good. Turn your head and looking back at her. Just a little tilt, maintaining those diagonal lines. Look at the diagonal line of the front of her face with his face. We've repeated the diagonal lines. The diagonal line is repeated in her arm with his shoulder and arm right here too. Repeat the diagonal lines and you'll be surprised how much nicer your groups will look, your couples will look when you're bringing them together. This photograph here, I may do what we did before and instead of putting my bride with his coat in the background, I'm going to bring his white shirt in there. Bill, I want you to just back up just a fraction. Right there, good. Now, Bill, tilt your head over some more. More. Turn your head away from me some more. There we go. And looking right down at her. And just doing something like this. Good, good, good. All right, you guys, perfect. Gail, let me have you look a little closer to the ground there. Great. Perfect. Whenever you have a bride look down, don't have her look so far down that you're having her have her eyes closed. You want to see those eyes open just a bit. I generally have them just look over the top of the flowers or something like that. If you have them look at the bouquet, the eyes go too far closed. In fact, Gail, look at the middle of your bouquet. It looks like you just fell asleep on us. So Gail, that's perfect. Bill, lean out just a fraction more. Okay, and again, just a minor finesse point here. Notice the line of his chest and the line of his head. We have that little joint, that break right here. What I'm going to do is just have Bill just bend his head over towards his right shoulder a little bit more. A little bit more, Bill. A little bit more. See the line come in? A little bit more, Bill. Right about there. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Great. Terrific. And again, we can run that same series, and why don't we do it just for fun here, of a whole gamut of different expressions and different looks and everything again. And again, let's keep it right in here. And Bill, turn your head away from me some more. And I'm just going to, let me have you looking right back at her. And again, I'm just going to run a whole series on you guys again. That's perfect. And Gail looking a little lower. Our lighting looks great on Gail. You can see the loop lighting pattern on her nose, which means that the loop shadow of the nose hasn't connected with the cheek shadow. We have that little bit of highlight running between there. Everything is looking terrific, you guys. Perfect, perfect. All righty. Don't anybody move. Gail, just look a little higher for me. Just chin and everything's fine. Just eyes even higher. Okay, bring your eyes to the left. Just a fraction. Okay, just soft, soft expression now. Great. Bill, lean out just another inch or two. Teeny bit more. Bend your head over, Bill, towards your right shoulder some more. A little bit more. Again, creating that line again. That's perfect, you guys. Great, great, great. All right. Don't hardly move. Bill, turn your head away from me just a fraction, but look back in camera. Bring your eyes right back in camera. Turn your head even more. Tilt your head just a fraction. Chin down a bunch. You got it. Lean forward and then chin up just a bit. Lean your whole body towards Gail. Okay, that's great. Chin down just a bit. Turn your head a fraction more away from me. Slight tilt again towards that right shoulder. You got it. Gail, that's perfect. All right, you guys. And again, quick. Here we go. All right. All right. Gail, how about looking back down again? There you go. Great, great, great. Bill, lean out another inch or two. Bill, even more. Chin down some more. Okay, good, good, good. All righty. All right. Something I want to mention, the reason I'm having Bill look down is because I just want that, I don't want his chin looking up and away. Let's just try. If I have Bill look up and away here, notice how funny the whole pose looks. Bill, tilt your head back in here just a bit more. Okay. And now I want to come in very close on Bill and see what happens when we lower his chin. Bill, I want you now just to lower your chin a bunch, even more. Okay, see how we're adding a lot more weight to Bill because his chin is starting to buckle on the skin here. Well, the way I can eliminate that is by having him lean towards Gail some more. And now I have to raise his chin to get the proper alignment of the axis of his face, the plane of his face. If I ask Bill to bring his chin, Bill, turn your head away from me. Chin back down again. See how we add the weight? Bill, lean out even more. Gail, let me back you up. Just there we go. Lean towards Gail some more. And now lift up your chin. Just a bit. Oh, down some more. Here we go. Just right here. So he's still looking slim and trim. When we're leaning forward, lift up the chin, we're actually doing the retouching in the camera. Retouching costs are expensive. Let's take care of it in the camera instead of sending it out for airbrushing and negative and artwork and everything else. Let's go ahead and just continue this just a bit more. Something else that I'll do too, what happens if you have a groom that's particularly a lot taller than our bride? Well, I work with standing poses all the time. I'm not into chairs and all this other business, and if I need somebody to be just a little bit shorter, and Bill, when I ask you, I just want you to kind of scrunch down like that. Okay? And let me have you just scrunch down just a bit. Now lean out just a fraction, chin down just a bit. Kick your right elbow out some more for my diagonal line. Lean out, turn your head a little bit more, chin down some more. Leaning towards Gail again. Perfect. Just something like that. We brought their heads in a little bit better alignment. That's good. All righty. So again, you can get back up. Sometimes grooms, I forget to tell them to get back up, and I'll see the knees start to quiver and everything else. So be sure to let your clients break the pose after a while, so because again, you want to get some decent photographs of them. Okay, while we're in this position here, let's do something else that's kind of interesting too. Let's do a different kind of a profile of the both of them. We have Gail in our profile position again. Gail, let me have you looking over here. Shoulders back. Yeah, just the way we're. Perfect. Check the hair and everything, that our background is still cleaned out here. And Bill, I just want you now looking in profile as well. Put your hand in your, same way you were. Turn your body. Watch what happens when I have Bill from, just come up even a little bit more. Okay, from this position, when he turned away from me, what happens to our group? We lose our base once again. Now we're talking about a base to maintain the heads of two people as opposed to the base we created with our bride individually for her head to rest on. So I definitely want to see Bill's shoulders facing camera, and now I want to see him turn away from me. Even more, Bill. Even more. Bill, come forward just a couple inches too. And we're going to take a tight crop on this one too. And I'm going to come right here. Tilt Bill's head right into camera here. Gail, that's perfect. And I'm going to have both of you guys look right about up there. And let's come in with a pretty tight crop here again. That's about where I would cut it. And Bill, just come forward about a fraction of an inch, both feet and all. Come forward towards the light. Turn your head away from me, Bill, just a fraction. Even a little bit more, Bill. Just even more towards the light. Just scoot towards the light some more. Just maybe just come this away, feet and all. Both feet. More. There we go. Now I can lean you back a bit. Right there. Okay, right in there. And again, Gail, let me back you up just a fraction. Both feet. Putting her profile against his tuxedo. Great. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All righty, you guys, that looks terrific. All right. All right, all right, all right. Terrific. And again, what's the difference between this double profile view and the one that we had originally? The difference is that now we're illuminating the front of our bride's gown. We're telling the viewer to look at my gown as well. Because when we had her back turned towards the camera, her back was completely in shadow, and I was saying focus on the faces. Our eyes are drawn into a photograph with light, color, and detail. And when we're only illuminating faces, we're telling the viewer to look at the faces. But when we're illuminating the gown, as we are in this case, we're also telling the viewer to look at the gown as well. All right, now let's do some things spotlighting our groom as well. I'm going to let you guys relax there a bit. Bring everything back in its original location. This is something else that I'll do too. As I start a pose, I'll kind of flow around my subject from over here to over here. People quite often ask, well, how come my light's always on this side? Well, because we're going to end up doing a series of poses that's going to end up finally showing rings on the hands. The ring hand is the left hand, and I'm going to be focusing on the left hand. I need the light coming from the left-hand side to do that. If, for instance, the groom or the bride have a facial feature that needs to be de-emphasized, well, of course, then I'll move the light around to the other side to de-emphasize a particular blemish or scar, whatever it happens to be. Quite often, photographers don't realize just which side the light needs to be on. Let's say, just by way of description here, Bill, I want you to just come out just a fraction and just turn your head this way, just a bit. And let's say Bill had a big, ugly scar on his cheek or something like that. Well, would I have the light on this side or would I have it on the other side? Well, I would really obviously have it on this side to throw that particular facial blemish into shadow area. The minute I would bring my light over here, I'm going to highlight that side of his face, and unfortunately, we're going to highlight that facial blemish as well, which is not going to be too flattering for him. So the rule of thumb is to put facial blemishes or anything like that, anything that you want to de-emphasize, put them in the shadow, not in the highlight. Okay? All right. What I want to do now is spotlight our groom, spotlight Bill in a series of photographs, and I'm going to do that basically by using our prop, our ladder here. Gail, I want you to back up now just a fraction. And Bill, I'm going to bring you right in here. And again, foot there, hand there, and just kind of leaning. You'll notice that in all the modules, I'm basically showing my clients what to do here. I think you need to be able to pose the way you expect your clients to pose if you want them to assume some of these positions, and that includes bridal poses as well. You need to know how to do the turns and the tilts and so forth. I remember Rocky Gunn once saying that studying ballet will really show you some of the motions and some of the moves and some of the positions to pose people in, comfortable, natural, beautifully composed compositions as well. These are things that we just need that are important. We can't go into a wedding with cookbook poses. We're going to do pose 17, pose 22, and pose 39. We have to have them flow. We have to have the poses work with the people that we're photographing on the wedding day. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let's do some things here with Bill. Bill, I'm going to even back you up just a fraction more. Right there is good. Put my light about where I think it's going to be. The reflector's pretty well set. Bill, I want that hand in the pocket, thumb out. And let me just bring your elbow right down here on your knee. And just this hand, just easy fist for me, just easy fist. Just like that. Great. And again, we have a little problem here with the shirt bunching up right here. The easiest way in the world to get rid of that, and I'm going to ask Bill to do it, is inside the pants pockets. There's two slits in the pockets. Reach in there, the pants pockets, Bill, and you'll find the slits in there. Grab the shirt tail and just tug it down. Okay, great. Okay, and again, that sure beats going inside the cummerbund and everything else. Okay, elbow right out here. Always show about an inch, half an inch to an inch of cuff. Be sure the coat's hanging properly here. And Bill, I'm just going to tilt your head this way, just looking right into the camera. Chin down for me just a fraction. And if we would crop just right into half of his leg again, his hand just up just a bit, just like that. That looks very, very similar to what we had earlier in an earlier module of our portrait of our groom. All I'm going to do now is just bring my bride in and work around this particular pose of the groom. Gail, let me have you come in from the back. And just standing right behind him again. Okay. And not a very good couple photograph yet, but I want Gail in that position. I'm going to have her kick her right foot out. Gail, kick it out. Just kick over at the hip. That's fine. And I want you to just come real close to him, moving in feet and all, as close as you can to the ladder and the Bill. Okay, there we go. Again, arranging the hair just so it looks most flattering for our subjects here. And just turn this way just a fraction. Modified full face view on her to decenter the eyes. And we're getting it pretty much together here. Bill, tilt your head towards your right shoulder a fraction. More. Chin down a bit and lean forward too. Lean a little bit more. Chin up just a fraction to minimize the chin area there. That's good. All right, and let's see what that's looking like from camera position. All right, let's see some smiles. More teeth. Bill, a little tilt. Turn your head back towards the camera some more. Tilt some more. Chin down a bunch. Tilt some more. There we go, you guys. Happier, happier. All righty. All right. I might even come in and take another one, just cropping right above his hand, something very, very close. While we're tight on our subjects here, let me demonstrate what we're doing here. Bill, just bring your chin back into your face again. Okay? See how, again, we're just building this up here, but if I ask him to kind of gooseneck his chin out and now down, he feels funny doing it, but we can see visually that it really looks good. Okay? Bill, tilt your head just a bit more. Chin down some more. More. And gooseneck out again for me. And down. Down and out. There we go. Gail, a little tilt. Turn your head just a fraction. More the other way, I'm sorry. And scoot this way too. I'm separating you too much from Bill, and I want to have a little bit of an overlap there. Come up really close to him over his shoulder. I'm just going to bring you right in here. Perfect, you guys. That's great, 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 great. All righty. All right. We might, if we don't have a bouquet, let's just for fun, take the flowers out, hold the same pose. Bring your hand right up here. Fingers together, but relaxed. Just very easy, easy, easy. Even flatter against his arm. And together. And I might even crop back just a bit more to see the hand just a bit. Maybe both hands. That's good, good, good. All right, and we could do another one right there. Do a little tilt. Chin down again. Gooseneck out. Turn your head away from me some more. Okay, and again, just a minor. Like that. All right. There we go. That's looking good, you guys. Soft expression. Gail, let me turn your head away from me. Again, I like her face in the modified full face view because she has pretty eyes, and I want to see those eyes decentered. Gail, chin down just a bit. That's it. Great. All right. And how about a different prop? How about if we use a hat, too? Let me have you just holding that right here. And dropping it down just a bit more, too. Or maybe even, let's come in with our crop right above his hand again. Gail, come in even closer for you. And turning your head, just this little kick right here. Just like that. And Bill, chin down again. Chin down even more. And kick your chin forward again. And down some more, too. You got it. Right in there. All right. I still have our headpiece on, but I still think you can get the idea here. That's good. Gail, chin down just a fraction. All righty. All right. Again, we can change props. We can have anything going on here. It doesn't have to be bouquets. It can be hands, hats. Take the veil off. The veil could be there. Flowers, whatever it happens to be. So just a couple ideas there. I'm going to give her flowers back. Oh, okay. All right, and I'll tell you, while we're doing something like this, let's just run the whole series of poses that we did with Gail in the foreground, now with Bill in the background, the same thing we did before. Gail, let's bring flowers right back here again. And again, I'm just going to get you guys set, and we're just going to run through a variation here. Bill, I'm just going to kind of lock you right in here and just kind of follow what I'm asking you to do. And Gail, I'm going to start out with you, turning your head and looking at him. Aligning my faces again, coming in with our tight crop right about here again. Bill, slight bend of the wrist. Okay, right about there is good. And I'm going to drop this hand down here. Flowers a little bit higher because I want to cover this light patch here. And Gail, I'm going to scoot you more behind him too. Just dropping your elbow down just a fraction. And now lean out a bit more. There we go. Okay, and I'm just going to direct from here, and let's see what we can do here. All right, you guys, that's good, good, good. Bill, chin down just a fraction. A little bit more. All right, just like that, just like that. Bill, how about a little, Gail, that's perfect. Just relax the lips. All right, all right, all right. And another one, a little happier, Bill. Great. Give me a real smile, Bill. All right, and Gail, a teeny bit of a smile. A little bit more, Gail. All righty. All right, Gail, turn your head away from Bill, looking this way and looking right back into the camera again. Tilt your head a whole bunch. Come up pretty close to Bill. Okay, turn your head away from camera some more and just lean in forward again. And Gail, I want you to scoot back that way, just a fraction because we're losing an overlap. A little bit more. Now lean out again. That's good. Good, good, good. Bill, let's tilt your head. Chin down a bit. More. Turn your head away from me just a teeny bit. Chin down some more. Right there. Perfect, you guys. Gail, chin down just a bit. Turn your head away from me just a fraction. Right there. Great, great, great. Bill, chin down some more. All righty. Right into the camera. All right. Great, great, great. Again, let's see a big smile. All right, all right. All right. Okay, and now we could even go from this, say, maybe to a profile of Bill. But before I do that, let's do something else that's always kind of fun. Gail, I want you to, Bill, I want you to just stay right here, turning your head right about there. Gail, I want you to come up very, very close to him. I don't want you to kiss, but I want you to get about an inch away from his cheek. Okay? They always love this one. Okay? And I'm going to ask you to do a couple things for camera just to demonstrate some of the things not to do. I want to come in pretty tight, probably right above Bill's hand here, because again, this is something that the expression and whatever happens just happens. I would crop just a little bit off of the right-hand side, just a fraction, kind of center them up just a teeny bit more. Okay, Bill, chin down just a bit. What I'm going to do is establish a position of Bill's head first and ask him to just lock into place right there, Bill. That's great. Do I have enough light in his eyes? It looks like we're just starting to lose it. Let's drop it down in there and get it back in there. Okay, and Gail, now I want you to just come up really close, an inch away. And now, just for the fun of it, just pucker. What's happening is, you can, that's good. You can see that when you ask the bride to pucker, when you fake a kiss, it doesn't look very natural. It looks like those kissing Grammy fishes that you see in the pet stores and everything. So whenever you have people you want to show them kissing, don't have them kiss at all. Always have them just get close, just have lips soft and easy. Okay? Another thing, Gail, get in there a little closer again to him. Even closer if you can, like 1 inch away from him. However you need to move to get comfortable. Okay? And your eyes wide open looking right at him. Okay? Again, would you ever have, if you were kissing your loved one, would you ever be wide-eyed 2 inches away from them? Of course you wouldn't. So again, whenever I have people that close, I have the person that's looking at the other person close their eyes. So Gail, close your eyes. And I'm just going to bring you in here just a little closer if I can. Great. Just easy, easy lips. Just almost like a whisper. Bill, just right in here. Perfect, perfect. Exactly what I'm looking for. Bill, chin down just a bit. That's terrific, terrific. Bill, look like you're enjoying that. All right, all right. And I might even have Gail just give me a nice smile too. There you go, great, great, great. All righty. And another one, Bill, soft lips, and Gail, just soft lips. And Gail pulling just even a little closer to him. Perfect, perfect, great, great, great. All right, just soft, soft lips. All right, terrific. That is a neat photograph. That is a very, very soft, tender photograph of two people in love. And again, this is what we're trying to capture. We want people to look at our photographs 10 years from now, be able to look at that photograph and feel the way they did when the photograph was being made. And if we can have them feel those feelings again, then one more time we can let them, we're doing something more special for them than just capturing people, places, and events. We're capturing love and romance and excitement and emotion. That's key to our portraits. That's what's key to what we need to do for our brides and grooms on the wedding day. Let's go ahead and continue our posing with our groom, Bill, just emphasizing one more photograph that spotlights him with Gail in the background. You guys can relax again a second. What I'm going to do is bring Bill into a profile. Again, Bill, basically the same pose, foot up there again. All I'm doing, you saw in the beginning, I started out with full face views, and now I'm just working around to the profile views. The pose doesn't change that much. All this different variety in our different images is really based on just a simple setup and then exploring the pose. Bill, I want this hand here, bend the wrist just a bit. Okay, and I want you in a profile looking this way. Just like that. And Gail, I want you to kick around just right behind him again. All right. Kicking our light in place here. Being sure we have our loop lighting on our groom. Feathering the key light into the reflector. And creating the fill that we need. And Bill, I'm going to back you up just a fraction more. Get you away from that light just a bit. There we go. There we are. All right, again, paying attention to all the diagonal lines. The plane of Bill's face gives us a perfect diagonal for what we want to see. The angle of his arm from elbow to shoulder again. I want to just break the wrist just a bit. Anywhere there's a joint, give us just a little bit of a break. We have a diagonal line right here. And again, just give a pull of the coat. And again, if I'm just going to ask Gail just to stand over here, just a fraction, even out of the photograph, Gail, if you don't mind. And one more time, we have our profile of our groom that we had earlier. Now I'm just going to ask Gail to stand in, and we're just going to add another building block to this particular image. One more time, I'm going to ask Gail to get behind him just a bit. Come real as close as you can, Gail, and now just lean out again. That's good. And now, finishing our diagonal lines, we have the line of her arm repeated well within his arm here, but we need to repeat the diagonal line of her head. Gail, I just want you to tilt your head just a fraction, chin down just a bit. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Without hardly moving, Gail, just turn your head and look back at Bill. More, more, and now lean away from him just a bit, chin down just a bit, turn your head more towards him. Right there. Terrific. Great. Might come in for a close crop right above his knuckles, just right in this area right here. And even taking off the part of his head this time. We talked about that in an earlier module, even a little bit more of his head and going in even a little bit tighter above his knuckle. And now we're just concentrating on faces, just the faces. That's all we're seeing. Perfect. Gail, slight smile. Lean out just a bit. Chin down just a fraction for me. Lean back into Bill just a bit so I got, there you go. Chin up just a fraction. Right there. Good, good, good. All right. Looking up at Bill's eyes. Great, great. Terrific. All righty. Now, Gail, looking back at me while we're on that crop. More, more. Chin down just a bit. Bill, chin down just a fraction. I got her ear ring. I'm just going to bring Bill forward a quarter of an inch to cover that. Bill down just a bit more. You got a chin down, Bill, just a fraction. Just that little teeny tiny little specularity, that little distraction we can cover up with his face. Gail, turn your head away from me a fraction. Tilt just a fraction. Chin down a bit. Bill, come forward a quarter inch. You got it right there. Perfect, you guys. Great, great, great. Terrific. That is a neat photograph of our bride. If you guys can hold that just for a second, let's study this image. Who are we really taking a photograph of? Our groom or our bride? When we have our bride looking at our groom, we're basically establishing our groom as our primary compositional element. But the minute we have our bride make eye contact with the camera, whereas the groom isn't, we now make her our primary compositional element. Even though the groom's in the foreground, our bride's in the background, our bride becomes the primary compositional focus of our photograph. Keep that in mind. It's the person that makes the eye contact with the camera. Where do I focus? I'm going to focus right about here in my groom because I want my bride to be in focus. One key thing to remember is don't ever have a foreground person out of focus and your background person in focus. It looks really bad on the photograph. I would rather, if I'm working with a larger aperture, f8 really is no problem at all. I can keep both of them in focus. But if your working aperture needs to be 5, 6, something like that, your background person is going to go out of focus. That's fine. Keep the foreground person in focus. Let the background person go soft just a bit. Okay, we could go from this pose into a double profile if we wanted. I'm just going to set it up just very quickly just so we can see what happens with our groom in the front. Gail, just tilt, and you're going to be leaning right into him. Just turn your head. There you go. And again, let's clean out our profile. Something like that. Let's see how that's shaping up from camera position here. Bill, chin up just a fraction. Eyes higher, Bill. Gail, back up a 1/4 inch, just a fraction. Gail, turn your head away from me again. Back up a fraction more, Gail, just a bit. Good. Eyes to the left, Gail. Eyes even higher. Chin down just a bit for me. Tilt the top of your head back towards Bill. Okay, right there. All right, just something like that. Good, good, good. All righty. Again, just another variation of the profile. You guys can relax for a second. While you're in this position, though, we could continue. Let's say I had Bill. I'm not going to have him do this, but elbow to your knee, Bill. He could be holding a ring. We could bring Gail in, and Gail scooting over this way again, just looking right on in here. And this, Bill could be have the ring in his hand, and Gail could be looking at the ring. This is very similar to our photograph we had of the groom and the best man. We're not going to do it again, but all we're doing is just changing props. That's all we're doing. You guys can relax just for a second. I just want to recap. Just 1 second here is that all we're doing are just changing just subtle little things, expressions, tilts of the head, direction of the eyes, camera perspective, and so forth, just minor things to give us all these different views that we're looking at, all these different poses. Let's do another thing just very quickly here, and this is really one to really accentuate the rings. It basically becomes a profile of our groom and a 2/3 view of our bride, and it works very simply. I'm going to pop our light right in here. Gail, I want you just to come right out towards me if you don't mind. Right here, kick this foot towards the wall. Okay, you're going to be holding the flowers just with one hand. It's right about here. I want your hand that's going to be right out here. Bill, come right in behind her. Then I'm going to let your hair come over your shoulder this time. Okay, and Bill, come really even more towards me. More, more, more. Your hand is just going to be taking her wrist here. And what I want to show in detail is just the positioning of the hands here and so forth. Whenever I'm photographing a guy and a girl and holding the hands, I like to see the sides of the hands. And what I want to do is see the side of our bride's hands. Again, a comfortable, relaxed look. Sometimes I'll kick this finger up just a bit. That would be a nice, pleasing photograph for the hands. With one minor exception, see the thumb hanging down here? I have my bride just tuck the thumb up against the index finger, and I have the index finger kick up a little bit higher, and that gives me a pretty hand. Let's do the same thing with our groom here. I'm just going to take his hand, and I'm going to back his hand up the wrist just a bit because I want to see the gown right in here. And I'm just going to break the wrist. And again, you see how I'm using my thumb under his hand to really force it in the direction that I want. And his hand's just really laying right on the wrist. Maybe bring the hands out just a bit more. Curl the fingers in now just a bit, just a fraction. And again, relaxed and comfortable. And the index finger up just a bit. Something just like that. And I'm going to drop her hands down so you can see the hands. That would be our photograph there. In fact, we could do a photograph just of this if we would come back just a bit more to include a little bit more of his sleeve. And I would drop this hand out of the photograph, say this, just bring the flowers in here, and elbow, your right elbow out just a bit. There we go. We have just a beautiful photograph right in here of the hands. That's a really neat full-page photograph. We might put it in a horizontal oval, something like that in the album. Okay, I want you guys to keep the hands in that position. I am going to let you move them a little closer to your body, maybe a little bit more forward here for our composition here. Gail, flowers are perfect. And now let's bring our heads together the way we want them. Gail, I want you literally leaning against Bill. Tilt your head, lean towards your head towards me, chin up. You're going to be looking at your ring. Chin down just a bit. And again, this is a difficult pose to control by telling him where to bring, where I need to put him. I'm just going to say, Bill, do you mind if I adjust you? And he's going to say, of course I do. But I'm going to say, I don't care. No. I'm going to go ahead and adjust him anyway and just bring Bill head up, come chin up even more, right in there. And again, you looking at the hands too. Our crop is going to be right in here. I don't want to see this hand, so I'm dropping it down. With this bouquet, we're seeing more of that hand than I would want to. And I'm going to crop just right at her elbow. Just a bit more. And again, this is one where we could even afford to just cut off Bill's head if we need to. Let me direct from camera back here. Gail, turn your head back towards me just a fraction. Tilt your head back towards Bill just a bit. Right in there. Drop your right hand down, Gail, just a bit. And I would come even closer than that. And that would be good right about there. Gail, I want you to lean back against Bill to get more diagonal on your body. That's it. Even a little bit more, can you? That's terrific. Bring your head back towards me, Gail, just a fraction. Turn towards Bill just a bit. Tilt your head towards your right shoulder just a bit. Your head back towards me, fraction. Towards camera. There you go. Right there. Bill, lean in forward a whole bunch for me. Chin up for me. Chin down just a fraction. Right there. And Gail, just relax your shoulders for me. There you go. And that would be the one right there. Perfect. All right. And then from that pose, we would go in and do a close-up of the hands that I showed before. And then from that pose, I would just have, without you guys moving at all, Bill, I want you to bring Gail's hand and arm up to your lips, but don't pucker. Touch that knuckle to your lips right there. And Gail, you can keep your hand in here if you want. And just turn just like that. And our crop is right about where we have it there. And something just like that. And Gail, chin away from me a teeny bit. Chin down just a fraction. Bring your head back towards me a teeny bit. Right there. Great, you guys. All righty. Terrific. What I want to do now, you guys can relax a bit, is just answer a couple nagging little questions that we all have on our minds every now and then. And first thing is, which side do these little tabs go on? Do these little tuxedo shirt tabs go on the up side of the tie or the down side of the tie? Well, it's a question that nagged me for years and years and years, and finally I started calling the formal wear manufacturers and found out that it depends on the style of the shirt that the groom is wearing. The newer styles, and by newer styles I mean styles in the last couple of years, have the larger triangles on them. And as a result, they actually should be positioned behind the tie. If the shirt style has a little tiny points on it, then rest the points on top of the tie. Again, this has the larger points, so it should be behind. If you can't make up your mind, just put one behind, one in front of, and let your artist take it out. So anyway, that's how it should be. Another question that comes up is, you've seen me take most of these photographs without the boutonniere on. And the reason I do all my photographs without the boutonniere is because I'm going to bring Bill right up here, just a fraction more. Okay? And as we look at our photograph, oh, about right there, if I would put a white flower on his lapel, what do you see? You see white flower against a dark coat. But if I take it away, you don't see anything except the dark coat. So if you put a white flower, if you put something light on something dark, you're going to draw attention to it. But we don't want the attention to the flower. We want the attention to his face. And now with his face compared to a dark tux, it's a lighter area that we're photographing, so the attention will go to the face. So whenever I'm doing portraits of my bride and groom or my groomsmen, I always remove boutonnieres or ask them not to be pinned on at this point when we're doing the close-up portraits. I always assure the florist and assure moms and dads that yes, we're going to still get some really nice photographs of the flowers, but we'll do it in our full-length portraits and our group photographs and so forth. So remember where the points go, and also remember to remove boutonnieres for your close-up portraits of your bride and groom. What I want to do is just a few more things, just very, very quickly, of just how we can bring our bride and groom together again, poses that work not just for our bride and groom, but for the bride and her dad, the groom and his mom, all these other combinations of people that we can photograph too. What I'm going to do is just borrow the bouquet and just set it right over there. And we're going to start out by taking a photograph. I want Gail to be facing Bill. It's coming right in here, Gail. All right. Bill, I want you to come up just a little bit closer. That's great. And Gail, I want you to just frame his chin just like that with your hand, your right hand. That's good. Okay, and just easy fist again. Again, a position, a detail to consider when we're having a hand do this is if we have all 4 fingers this way, open up your hand all the way, it looks like she's strangling the poor groom or slapping him in the face. I mean, they're getting married. She's not going to do that. So curl the 3 fingers in and just delicately touch the index finger and the thumb right on his chin. Curl these fingers in just a teeny bit, not tight, perfect. That gives us a nice pleasing position here. Now what I want to do basically is do a 2/3 view of our groom and a full-face view of our bride, only it's going to be the back of her head instead. I'm going to bring my composition together. Just standing here like this is like pose 23. We've seen a pose and we said, well, let's go ahead and try this one, but it isn't working very, very well yet. Let's bring it together. Let's get our lighting right and really make it work. I'm going to bring Gail right over here some more. Bill, I want you to kick this foot forward. And even on this pose, we want to establish our high shoulder and our low shoulder. Bill, turn your head this way just a fraction. More, more. And now tilt your head towards the low shoulder for a masculine tilt. Gail, come right over here some more. And Bill, chin down even more, and I want you looking right into Gail's face. Even more. Chin down just a little bit more. Gail, right over here. And you can just kind of kick your foot right over there, too, if you want. Okay, right in here, and tilt your head this way. And Bill, scoot behind her just a little bit more. Right there. And I would come in pretty close on my crop right here, even cutting into Bill's head. And then I want to show some detail in the eyes here, too. I would crop right about here, coming in pretty tight here. This is because we just want to show basically the groom's face. That's our primary compositional element here. We want to show feelings. Even, I think we can even afford to come even tighter on it just because we want to see the look in his eyes. I want to bring the heads together even more. This little space right here I want to close just a fraction, just a fraction. Bill, turn your head around just a fraction. Okay, right here. Chin up just a bit. Tilt your head over just a bit again. Okay, perfect, perfect. Now as we look at the poses, we're setting it up here. Do we have enough light in Bill's eyes? No, we need to lower our light because we got him tilted down so much. Watch his eyebrows and under his eyebrows as we lower our light. See how it lights up? And again, just for a detail, let's do this again. Let's go tight on his eyes and really watch how the eyes can really light up and how we can see the specularity pop in here. Do we have any specular highlights in the eyes right now? Well, just barely, just barely. But now with my light in this position, let me lower it down and let's see how we can light up the face. Now we can see the sparkle in the eye right there. But now we talked about dead eyes in the previous module. Do we really have life in the eyes? With Bill looking right at Gail, well, they're kind of open, but let's try a couple different places for him to look at on her face to get the sparkle in the eye. Bill, I want you to look right into her eyes, first of all. Okay, as he's looking into her eyes, well, you can tell he's looking at her, but we don't have that sparkle. Let's get those lids tucked up into his eyes. Bill, look at her eyebrows. Now look at her forehead. And that opens up the eyes. Keep looking at the forehead, and now look down into her eyes. See how the eyes go dead at that point again? Back into the forehead, down to her eyes. They just close. So Bill, I want you to be looking at her forehead. Let's just come back just a little bit more and stay pretty tight on Bill. Bill, you're fine. I'm just going to turn you a little bit more towards camera. That's perfect crop. Turn towards camera just a bit more, Bill. Just your head. More. But still looking at Gail. That's it. And let's make that photograph. And again, it's tight, so let's move in close for the both of them. All right, that's good. And Bill, just a slight smile. I might show just a little bit more of his head. I think we need to frame his face with his hair. I like that one right there. Bill, that's good. All righty. Let's try one, just a little softer expression. Just lips together, just lovingly looking at your wife there. There you go. Good. All right, just something like that. There's just a certain look when we do something like that. Well, you guys can relax just for a second. But we can take this photograph now and then now do its complementary photograph, and that's the one of the bride looking up at the groom. Now my camera position is generally fairly low on this photograph just because I want to be looking up into Bill's eyes. Bill's a relatively tall groom, so I don't have to worry about that too much in this case here, but if I have a groom that's slightly shorter, I would lower my camera from here down to about here. always be sure that I'm looking into the eyes, getting that specular highlight, getting that life into the eyes. What I want to do now is do the reverse of that. So I want you guys just to change places. And let's just analyze what we're going to be doing now here. Bill, come forward. And I'm going to show the back of your face. And Gail, just come right up in here. And Bill, I want you to just bring your index finger and thumb right on her chin. I'm going to raise the light up because we can see that we're losing a lot of the light with Bill standing there actually shadowing our bride. Plus we have the plane of our bride's face leaning upwards, so we've got to get our light correspondingly higher for the photograph. Okay. Gail, I want you to kick your right foot forward, or your left foot forward. Okay, and this gives us a nice high shoulder. Bill, let me back you. That's perfect. Gail, let me have your hand right on his wrist. Bill, let's see just a little cuff right here, just a bit. Okay. And now just something like this. Now if you look at this photograph, Gail looking right up in this, turn your head back towards camera, Gail, just a fraction, looking right up at Bill. Is that the pose that we want? Not really. I mean, it's the pose that we want, but it's obviously not the camera angle that we want. Remember me saying that when we want to establish a proper camera position, we find the plane of the face and we draw a perpendicular line to that plane of the face. Well, we have Gail's face. The plane of her face is telling me that my camera angle needs to be coming from way up here. So what I need to do is basically raise my camera up at this point here. These guys are just fine, and I'm just going to shoot right over Bill's shoulder into Gail's face. We need to raise the tripod not just a little, but a lot. And when I'm that tall, I am going to grab the stepladder and we'll use it as well. There's some instances when even with the tripod this tall, I'll still take the camera off the tripod just to get another couple inches if I need to. All right, let's see what we're seeing in our viewfinder. That's looking good. Notice the difference that the camera angle made with our higher position here. No longer are we shooting under the bride's chin. We're now shooting down into her face. And we're this high, making this kind of photograph of the both of them, and it looks very comfortable and natural again. All right, I just want to demonstrate one more thing, detail on the shadow of Gail's face. Do we have our loop lighting on the bride's face? Well, yeah, we're kind of there, but we have a little bit of the groom's shadow falling on the bride's face. Bill, I want you to just back up just a fraction. Look how her face just lights up now. Bill, move back in for shadow. And we lose our modeling, and now Bill, back up again. And look at it just pop up just like that. Let's pay attention to our diagonal lines again. That looks good, good, good. Just looking right into his eyes. All righty. Now, let me just talk about one thing about expression in the eyes again. Even this photograph of Gail looking up into Bill's face is looking pretty good. But let's just check the positioning of her eyes looking at him to see if we can get even more sparkle in the eyes. Gail, I want you looking right into his eyeballs. Okay. And Bill, let me back you away just a fraction so we can get that light on her face again. Up to your right. There we go. Gail, turn your head away from me just a fraction. That's it. Back towards me a teeny bit. Just tilt your head towards your shoulder. That's perfect. Turn your head away from me, Gail, again, just right there. Now looking right into Bill's eyes. Terrific. Now look at his eyebrows. And now look at his forehead. Okay, just pop right down to his eyes again. From there to his forehead. Okay, I think the eyebrows in this case is the best place for her to be looking. I think we pick up the specular highlights in the eyes, and I think it captures the look that we want very, very well. And even though we're a lot tighter here to demonstrate the look of the eyes, look at that image there. That's an exciting image for a bridal album. Let's go ahead and take that. Let's just frame the top part of Gail's head with her hair just a bit more, so we're just going to drop down just a sec, or drop higher, I'm sorry, just a little bit higher. Right there, great. Great, 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 great. All righty, Gail, slight smile. Just a teeny bit more. More, more, more. Let's see your real smile. All right, more. Looking at his eyebrows. All righty. Forehead. Let's do that. All right, all right. All right, and another one just soft and serious in the eyebrows. I went up to the forehead because as she smiled, we got more of a squint out of her eyes, and they were closing just a bit. But just that soft, soft expression, Gail, that's perfect. Great, 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 great. All right, terrific. All right, it just gives us another quick, easy way, just a wonderful way to get a nice expression on our subject's face, something that captures a feeling between the people on the wedding day. What I want to do now is really bring Gail and Bill closer together. Let me have you guys just move just a little bit closer together. And Gail, I want you to just to be peeking over his shoulder. Just come up even more. Okay, and just drop your hand right down. Bill, you can put your arm around her waist. And Gail, you're going to be looking right up here, kind of off to your right-hand side, right up at the wall. Give me your big smile, just a little bit more. Great. Terrific. Now, when I ask you guys to do it, I want you to just give each other, or Bill, I want you to give her the biggest hug in the whole wide world on 3. So get your arms around her waist and get ready. And on 3, and Gail, I don't want you to move. I want you to continue to look right into the camera. Okay, Bill, ready? 1, 2, 3, hug her. All righty. All right. And one more time, we've got a whole series of photographs that we can put in our bride's album. Maybe one, just a very special one of the groom looking at the bride, and then a whole series of the bride looking at the groom, finishing up with that spontaneous big smile, that big grin at the end. It's just something a little bit different that we can do because we're making the people be like they really are. We're not posing them. Sure, we're positioning them for proper composition and so forth, but the expressions are real. And if the expressions are real, then the feelings are real. And with this whole series of photographs we did of our bride and groom, we were always going for either soft, serious expressions or real smiles, not the fake smiles we see all the time. The whole purpose of this whole exercise, the whole purpose of all our photography is to make the people feel like they do when they see the photographs in their wedding album. If they can look at the images in their wedding album and feel that way again when they look at those images, then as I said earlier, we've captured for something for them very special. Not the typical posed, stereotyped, candid snapshots that we see all the time, but we've captured the feelings and the emotions and the love. That's what we want to capture in the photography, is the love.